No, we're here. We are here.
Yeah.
No, we're here. No, we're not there. We are here.
Yeah.
We're not there.
No, I'm here.
Now we're here.
I'm there.
Sounds a bit
I'm
like
not
Queen
there
song.
anymore.
Oh, I tell you what, it's getting warm in here.
Thunderbirds are go.
Are they? Where? Where did they go?
I don't know. Somebody said Thunderbirds are go. Point and laugh. I hear voices, but I have multiple delays. Oh, that's Carl. Hi, Carl.
Oh, there we are.
Now, your entertaining
Right,
pleasure.
Alan,
Peter gave. What did you give me, Peter? You gave me something here earlier.
Stuff and things.
Well, I had a choice of one bloke, and you had a choice of that bloke. So we'll play the whole three. I put out part one. Fresh look at truth, and it looks like he's trying to do eye level and the X and the Z axis. Fluid environment part one. Got no idea. It's only fairly recent, in the beginning of May, part one, and part two, so I've got no idea what his objection is. So we'll have a listen to him and see what.
Harry in Sydney here. This is an interesting observation, if nothing else, for people who are wanting to do their own research into this. I'm getting there's an extension on the house next door to me, and they've just put in a big beam across in front of my view. But I took the opportunity as just to have a look at the where eye level might be on the horizon. Now, noting that today is a high compression of the optical horizon, so that means that the horizon's sitting down around the bottom of my crow's nest. Okay, I have photographs and evidence of it being up here, you know, even up as high as that, but usually it goes between this level here and this level here, depending on the temperature of the air above the water. So it affects the optics because we're looking into a fluid environment. Okay, we're looking into a very fluid atmospheric and environment. So with that in mind, let's have a look at what I came up with today. I got this beam being put up right next door to me, which is a bit of a bugger because I won't be able to sit down on my couch and look out at this beautiful view anymore. I have to stand up to see it. But anyhow, I'll just take this down. It's a bugger when the New South Wales government just say to people they can just do whatever they friggin' all like. But anyway, that's what governments are doing these days, aren't they? Telling people they can't do certain things, but the builders can keep working. There it is. Look at that. There's the tower. There. Okay. Had to go down a bit. Excuse my rough videography. There's the top of the tower, and there's a boat out there on the horizon too. So when I go down again, you'll see them both. Okay. I'm still looking at the top of the beam. Still always getting thinner. The angle's getting narrower and narrower, 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 narrower. Still just see, look at the glow there. Okay, so I'd say where I've been saying the horizon is between the bottom of the crow's nest and...
He's trying to use the top edge of that beam as an eye level for the horizon.
Looks like it, yeah.
How's that going to work? That's not going to work. That beam could be... How do you know that beam's actually square even? Or even that at the resolution of seeing that edge. Yeah.
Well, quite.
And the top of the crow's nest on that tower is spot on. You can't see over the top of that beam there. And there's the top of the tower as we pull back. Okay, so knowing that the auto level gives a much higher reading for where the horizon is, and I've actually seen the horizon up at that level on the auto level. I'm just going in on the spirit level. It's pretty hard to see that it is level from here, so I did the best I could. In fact, I went
level left to right,
and tried to get the spirit level from another angle, just to show you. There's the beam. See, I'm up above the beam. You can see the top of the beam quite clearly. But I was just honing in on the spirit level itself to try and get a better shot of it. Okay. And so there it is, sitting right between the lines there. Okay, so so what I'm saying, and I have said on a number of occasions, this optical horizon varies with the temperature of the air above the water coming through. We're looking into a z-axis. We're looking out into that, and that is like a veil. Where the sky and the water meet is no man's land. This area in here, sometimes it's water up to the top here, and sometimes it's compressed right down. And what happens to boats when they're in this area is what I've been taking photographs of for such a long time. Globe Earthers used to say, well, that's 19.36 miles from 250 feet up. That's the hard horizon, Harry, and you know that's where, and boats go over that and they disappear bottom first because they're going over the horizon. Well, that's BS as far as I'm concerned. That's bad science. BS standing for bad science, because what we're doing is we're observing the horizon moving up and down. I've got so many videos of showing the horizon at different levels depending on the temperature of the water, and it's got nothing to do with looming from behind a curve, because any experiments I've seen of looming that the bad scientists of the BS people are saying is all, all their, putting chemicals over the top of coal cylinders and vice versa and that sort of stuff and making things loom up from behind. Yeah, you can do that, but that's not what's happening here. It is definitely not what is happening here, because this sustains. And when I've seen the horizon up at the top of the crow's nest, it stays there. It stays there until the air cools again. And then a veil rolls in and compresses everything down. I've got videos on my channel that show this time and time again. And, when you see a boat that looks like it's half submerged behind this line, it's just... it's just an optical illusion, okay? It's an optical illusion, because here, between here and the sky, is a very fine line which things get compressed into, because we can't see the way that, 2D orthographic drawings do. Anyway, I'm sick of trying to get this point across to the BS people. Anyway, there you go. I'll just go back to the video again to show you. Okay, there's the spirit level. There's the, where's our... Okay, let's go down again. Have a look at this. Close this off. And you can still see the top of the beam there. Okay, it's getting narrower and narrower and narrower. Okay, and narrower, narrower. Oops. There's my boat out there. You can still see the top of the boat. Still see the top of the crow's nest today. And I'm saying they're right. Keep going further down, but there's the horizon sits between the top and the bottom of that crow's nest most of the time, depending on the air over the water. Okay, so it's nowhere near what the auto level says it should be, unless we have a very low compression day and we can see much further out. I've taken photos of boats as ghosts at somewhere like 40 miles out, 50 miles out. Okay.
Wait for it, wait for it.
See how narrow that angle gets as the further you go up. Anyway, do your own research, and the truth will set you free. Oh, I know,
Bingo!
unfortunately,
There it
these
is,
days
bingo.
the truth doesn't set you free, it locks you up. Anyway, thanks for
Right,
watching.
we need to pause that. So basically what he's saying is that the horizon varies from day to day depending on the temperature, but it can't be because of that. It can't be because of that. You know, that's just all bullshit. Even though he's observed the horizon being at different levels on different days at different temperatures, it can't be the reason. What an idiot.
And also, you've got this huge band of air between the sea and the sky. I know because I've seen from previous photos and videos of it, so that horizon really does move up and down by quite a stretch. But it's still, although it's got that huge effect on what you can see, it's still only affecting the bottoms of ships.
Yeah, that's
Not
right.
all of the ship, just the bottom of the ship.
It will lift that image of the bottom of the ship being obscured up, but it won't stop the ship from being obscured.
Deluded doesn't get a look in. Yeah, crazy.
He's
I was half
definitely a good-
expecting him to say the horizon was flat, but he's got such a narrow angle of view there that I don't think he would dare to say that.
He's definitely a good one to watch when you're filling out your bingo cards.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's got the spirit level laid left to right level. I don't know what that's supposed to represent. I can't work that one out.
No, not quite sure what he's trying to do with all that.
Well, there's part 2 here. We'll get through part 2. Now, I think that one only goes for a couple of minutes, so I'm probably going to tie up some loose ends for him.
I don't know if it's just the way I'm looking at it, but I don't think his spirit level's too level either.
Well, when I seen it on the other shot, even though you've got those two lines with the bubble in between, the discrepancy of even just lifting it up by putting a card or something underneath one end, or even a nail, the lines will still stay in between because they're there to allow for fall. If you let the bubble go all the way to one line and let it touch, that's your fall that you can allow for when you're cementing for your concrete, when you're doing your formwork.
Mm-hmm.
But did he say that the people doing the building is on his property?
No, he said this was the neighbours.
They're next door. I think that's on his neighbours, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if that's his spirit level, he might have dropped it a few times, because if you look at it in comparison to the horizon, it actually is not sitting too level at all.
Yeah, I don't even know what he's comparing that with the horizon for.
Hello everyone, I thought I'd just add this in as part 2. They moved the spirit level along to the other end of the building, and as you can see, the dot is right there in the middle. And as I brought it down to the horizon, there's the top of the tower there. There's a boat out to sea on the horizon. And so there's the top of the tower. Now notice the end of the spirit level, how if this was sitting you know, if I could still see the top of this, well, I would see the top of this, but I'm looking at the top of the spirit level, and you can see the angle matches the horizon pretty much at eye level. And as I said, I've seen the horizon up here on some days, and I've seen it down here, like I said. Anyway, I'll run this a bit of video so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so here's the spirit level at the other end of the building. There's a boat out there. There's the tower. There's the cliff face. Anyway, so I hone in on the spirit level to start with to make sure that they've got the still sitting on the beam nice and level. Look at that.
Yeah,
Can't
that's
get better
sitting
than
left to right level. I can't.
Very photo.
Okay, so I'm looking at the top of the spirit level, not the top of the beam now. Okay, so don't be confused that you can still see a bit of the top of the beam. We're looking at the spirit level as we go up. Now I'll just pull this out of the way.
Which makes no difference to the beam.
Okay, so it's interesting. Look at that. I've gone way too high there, but look at this end of the spirit level. Okay, I'll just go back and do that again. Look at the end of the spirit level. So there's level.
Level to what?
There it is. That's level. That's eye level with the top of the spirit level. In fact, it's probably a little bit, I've even gone a little bit past, I would say, with that, but I'm going off the end of the spirit level and the top of the spirit level. You cannot see the top of that spirit level, and you can see the horizon. So, okay, as I come down, so you can see the end of the spirit level. Yeah, so Ruhif, your auto level is crap, mate. It's calibrated from the center of the Earth, which will give you a different angle. Okay.
What?
I expect to hear from you, but mate, level's level, and I'm a builder from way back, and I'll trust my spirit level over your auto level anytime, because two different creatures, mate. Two different creatures. Thanks for watching.
What the? He talked about Ruhif. Ruhif must have done a video about an auto level.
Yes, he must have done.
So I'm going to have to look. I'm going to do a bit of.
Yeah, he did it. He did it. Oh, geez, he would have done that a while ago now.
Yeah, well, this was done May the 5th. This video. So, see if I can find the one with Ruhif done.
They are two different creatures because a spirit level is supposed to. It does something completely different than what an auto level does. They're not the same.
No. He's comparing chalk and cheese.
Yeah,
I think we
that's
should
what
rename him
had me
Captain
confused
Obvious.
what he's talking about. All he did was line up the top edge of the spirit level to the horizon, which is nothing.
He didn't make any conclusions or say anything about it, did he?
No. But he's saying that's level.
Yeah. And then he confirmed that the horizon changes depending on the temperature of the day, which is what we would expect on the globe model anyway.
Yeah.
I thought you'd like that one.
Yeah.
Who's anyone know Ruhif's channel? Ruhif? Spell it.
That's just it, Terry. It's Ruhif.
Ruhif.
It's just Ruhif. It's Ruhif.
Yeah.
I've got it. Just give me a sec. I'll see if I can get a link for you.
Got it or not? Yeah, it could have been.
You do shill it. You know that, don't you?
Probably, and I don't know. I haven't seen one for lately. Here, showing curvature with an auto level 11 months ago. That's the one he means.
All right, this is.
Yep. Okay. Took a while to come back to it though. This is 11 months ago, so
Yeah. That's dredging it up a bit.
Harry Baird, and he actually lives quite close to me. I'll leave a link to his channel in the description. But about 6 weeks ago, I lent him my auto level, and really I only wanted to show him the angle to the horizon and to demonstrate that it does not rise to eye level. So we set up the auto level in his lounge room, leveled it properly, and then pointed it at the horizon along with this tower that features in most of his videos. Alright, so through the eyepiece of the auto level, you'll see these marks which are called stadia marks, and there is 10 milliradians between the top and the bottom, so therefore 5 milliradians between the crosshairs and the bottom. The distance between the crosshairs and the horizon was around 4.56 milliradians, and that is equal to 0.261 degrees. Now on a globe we can make a prediction. Harry is at 76 meters above sea level, so using standard refraction and throwing that into Metabunk curve calculator, you get a prediction on the globe model of 0.259 degrees, which is pretty close to where we actually measured it, and we're off by about 0.002 degrees. That's pretty good, right? All right, but how accurate is the auto level? There's actually a method called the 2-peg test to calibrate your auto level, and I carried that out today after Harry returned the auto level yesterday. All right, so here we are on a surface that does not have to be flat. So these points here at the bottom can be different heights, different elevations. All that matters in this particular setup is that the auto level is exactly in the middle, or as close as possible to the middle. So basically you set it up, make sure it's level, point it across to one of the rods, take a measurement, and then turn it around and point it to the other side. So in this particular case, this one measured 1200 millimeters and this side measured 1000 millimeters. So the difference is 200 millimeters. Now, the important thing is that it does not matter at this stage if your auto level is properly calibrated. It could be pointing down, in which case this one might read 900 millimeters and this side might read 700 millimeters. Again, the difference will be 200 millimeters. Because we are in the middle, these triangles are called similar triangles, and therefore the measurements, or the difference in the measurements, will be the same at 200 millimeters. So let's look at the other way. Maybe your auto level is pointing up, and in that case you'll get a measurement over here of say 1500 millimeters, and in the other direction a measurement of 1300 millimeters. But again, the difference is 200 millimeters, regardless of whether your auto level is accurate or not. All right, so I found a good spot to calibrate my auto level. These are some netball courts near my place, and they're quite good because they have a known length of 30.5 meters. They're already marked with a center spot. So all I did was place a little yellow ruler at one end on the goalposts, and a blue ruler at the other end. All right, so here I am at the netball courts. You can't quite see the yellow ruler there, but it is there. All right, and then you take a measurement to the yellow ruler, and that came out at about 80 millimeters. And then you take a measurement to the other ruler at the other end, and that came out at 188.5 millimeters. All right, so remembering these are in the middle, the auto level is in the middle of the netball court. So the difference of 108.5 millimeters is correct, regardless of whether your auto level is properly calibrated. All right, so now what to do is to move your auto level closer to one end. So I moved it to the goal area at the blue end, which according to specifications is 4.9 meters out from the goalposts, which makes this distance 25.6 meters. And then you do the same two shots again to the yellow and the blue. All right, so there I am pointing at the blue one. All right, so here are the two measurements. So in this case, pointing back towards the yellow ruler, I got a measurement of about 57.5 millimeters, and pointing back to the blue ruler, which was much closer, I got a measurement of 168 millimeters. So the difference is not 108.5 millimeters, it is now 110.5 millimeters. So we're off by 2 millimeters. All right, so there is a 2 millimeter error in the instrument. Okay, so this diagram shows the second pair of shots where we're looking at the yellow ruler from a distance, and we're quite close to the blue ruler. Now, what we need to work out is this angle in here. And it could be above or below eye level, but it must satisfy these two conditions. So remember at the start, we measured, when the auto level was in the middle, we measured a difference between the yellow and the blue of 108.5 millimeters, and that reading is correct, regardless of whether the auto level is properly calibrated. But when we moved the auto level, we saw an apparent level that showed a difference of 110.5 millimeters. All right, so we need to work out what the required angle is to make sense of those two conditions. And it works out that the auto level is off by 0.0055 degrees. So you can see that it will be off by 0.5 millimeter at this end, and off by 2.5 millimeters at this end. And the difference in those is the 2 millimeters that we are missing. All right, so this means that my auto level is pointing down, and the true level is actually above the crosshairs by this amount. So 0.0055 degrees, which is roughly 20 arc seconds. All right, but how can we use the auto level to show curvature? All right, we do reciprocal shots. Okay, so this is what it would look like on a flat plane. We set up our auto level, do a long shot over to some point in the distance. We then go to where that shot landed and shoot back towards our first location. On a flat plane and a perfectly level auto level, those should coincide. So you should point straight back down the lens of your auto level from the first shot on a flat plane. However, on a globe, when you set up your auto level to do the first shot, you will reach some point over here. You'll then go over to that point and shoot back towards your first shot. But on a globe, there is obviously some drop due to curvature. So what will happen is that you will overshoot your target. You will aim high, or the crosshairs will be higher than your first shot. And it will be equal to double the drop for each shot. All right, so what I tried to do today is go over to North Head in Sydney and point back roughly to Harry's house. So here's my coordinates here, and here I was at the corner of this little viewing platform. There is another viewing platform just over here, which is a couple of meters lower, which will come in handy when you see the footage later. But pointing back towards the west, towards Harry's place. All right, and here we are. So this is a little video showing what I saw on the way back. So, here's a little close-up. So auto level said that level was around about here, so just below this red roof line and around about this front bumper of the car. So I had to drive quite quickly to try and get around to there before these cars moved. I failed. That car had already moved. So here is a rough approximation. But I also had the roof line to work against as well. And I tried my best to underestimate or shoot my level, because that is generous to the flat earth. All right, so there I am. So I'm roughly in line with that roof line as well as the front bumper of the car. So I am where I shot to from North Head. All right, but let's work out some predictions for what we should see when we point the auto level back towards the first shot. Alright, so remember that the auto level actually points down. It's not perfectly calibrated and points down by 0.0055 degrees. Over that distance of around about 5 kilometers, that comes out to be 0.47 meters. And obviously over both shots you need to double that to 0.94 meters. So on a flat earth, we should see the crosshairs about 1 meter below the first shot, and that's composed entirely of the error in the calibration. However, on a globe, there is 1.61 meters of refracted drop, which you can get from the Metabunk curve calculator. So over both shots, forwards and backwards, you need to double that to 3.22 meters, and then incorporate the same error that the auto level has of 0.94 meters, bringing us down to about 2.3 meters above the crosshairs. Above the first shot. That's where the crosshairs should be. Alright, so let's have a look at the actual video. Oh, it looks pretty good, doesn't it? So there's the lower observation deck, and there's the higher one where I took the first shot from. So here is the first shot location, just above the railing. Here is some guy here standing here just for scale, and here are the crosshairs. So again, on a flat earth, the prediction was that the crosshairs would be 0.9 meters below the first shot, so somewhere down here. And on a globe, the crosshairs should be 2.3 meters above the first shot, somewhere up near where the crosshairs actually are. The end.
Amazing. So using properly calibrated or tools that are actually designed for something like that, you get better readings than just sticking a spirit level on a beam.
Who'd have thought?
Oh, cold. Brr.
Cold? I've had to open the window.
Oh my god, I've got my dressing gown on.
I noticed Carl snuck in. Hey, Carl.
Yep. Alergio.
Greetings, everyone. Not sure if anybody can hear me.
Not talking.
hear
He's just
something.
he's just texting. Using sign language.
Yeah, no, he's there. He's there. He's just very, very low.
Very.
I'm on my laptop and it's terrible.
Yeah, I just about got that.
He said he's on his laptop and it's terrible.
Yeah.
He's right. It is.
Find the microphone little hole on the laptop and shove your mouth over it and then talk.
I'm
But
doing
don't-
that.
Don't turn your camera on at the same time, because generally if you're on a laptop, your camera's right next to your microphone. So all we'll get is a shot of your mouth opening and closing.
Or a nostril.
Or a nostril, yeah.
Right, that was my two. Alright. Where's yours, Peter? Where'd you
Oh, I think I stuck him in homework, but the one in the middle.
You got my perspective, wide awake. That was the two? Or was there any more? You got the flatters,
No.
anti-globe,
Yes.
nice perspective, or
Flat
wide
is-
awake.
So. Oh, there was another one that I stuck in there, I thought.
Anyone else on the panel over on stream homework to look at them to see which ones you?
Yeah,
one you
I'm
picked?
looking at.
Oh, I thought the other guys in the panel might want to have a look at them too to see which one they think of. You've got sunrise and sunset in flat Earth perspective. You've got flat Earth perspective distortion. You've got flat Earth Venus at night proves the put me teeth back in. The
Yeah.
ball Earth model as wrong. And you got flat Earth compression and displacement of the horizon. So how many is there? 4.
Yeah, I
1,
think there's
2,
four.
3, 4.
I think that last one, I think it's, dare I say it, it's a follow-on of that other black thing that we barbecued a long time ago.
Yeah, but somebody else tried to rename that into something else now for something else the other day, trying to make out that it was a new one. One of them. Who was that? Now you got me memory working. Ah, shit. Tried to make it a new one, a new version of the same thing.
Come on, dig deep. It's in there somewhere.
I can't get it out. It's there. Oh, right on top of me thought. I need a clue. Anyone Peanuts remember that one?
Was it the one that you did with the? Was that the one that you did with the moon?
I don't remember a moon.
Oh
I
dear.
can't remember.
Huh? Well, anyway, we'll pick. You want to just pick 1 to 4, and we'll just play them all, or that might be.
I don't
know.
know.
How long do they each go
Well,
for? We'll have a look.
Oh,
only 2
jeez,
minutes
they're
each. I think we could whiz through
they're
these.
only they're
Yeah,
only
just go
short
through the
ones,
lot.
Terry.
Yeah, they only go
They're
for a
only
minute
short.
or so each.
Hi, folks.
6
Mike.
minutes, 2 minutes, and 18 minutes. Got an 18-minute one, which is the last one. Okay. Start off at the top.
You know what? You know I like picking short ones.
So we've got somebody who doesn't know how to photograph.
I do believe they may have gone to the Travis School of Photography.
I think so.
So what does he think he showed? Oh no.
Yeah, you
not
might
the
want to
Fresnel
mute that.
lens.
Oh, we're doing the old mirror thing, yeah, magnifying thing, which we know does work because things get mirrored.
But the air is not a Fresnel lens.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
there is no atmosphere.
Mr. Sensitive done that one with one of these lenses over that ball to show Riley Black Swan thing. He was only using it as an example of refraction.
Yeah.
So he's comparing the sun going over the horizon as in the light of the candle disappearing. Okay. I think I can see that comparison. Right, okay. That's what he's thinking. Bob done one too.
No, that was
I
not
d- Yeah, it's showing that the lens does the same thing as what the sun does. Don't they think the filter for the camera is needed? I can't work out.
Try to avoid using it when they can, Terry, because it busts their arguments.
But you can see the real size of the sun in the flare.
Exactly.
Perspective distortion now? Somebody using a bloody iPhone in portrait mode. Oh no.
I'm in
No.
landscape. I'm in landscape.
Oh. Why do they do that?
Forms: extension distortion
They-
and compression distortion, also called wide-angle distortion and long lens or telephoto distortion. When talking about images with the same field size, extension or wide-angle distortion can be seen in images shot from close using a wide-angle lens with an angle of view wider than a normal lens. Object close to the lens appears abnormally large relative to more distant objects, and distant objects appear abnormally small and hence more distant. Distances are extended. Compression, long lens, or telephoto distortion can be seen in images shot from a distance using a long focus lens or the more common telephoto subtype with an angle of view narrower than a normal lens. Distant objects look approximately the same size. Closer objects are abnormally small, and more distant objects are abnormally large, and hence the viewer cannot discern relative distances between distant objects. Distances are compressed.
Well, that was a bit of a whatever.
Hey?
Hey?
Was that it? I thought
Yeah,
he,
that was
I
it.
thought he was leading up to making a point.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
No, it was random words of nothing that absolutely went nowhere.
Blah, 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 blah,
Blah 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 blah.
Okay. You get a B minus for that one, Peter.
Oh. Well, I thought it made enough nonsense that it was deserved to be played.
Well, I didn't give you a C. I thought it...
Hi folks, my
okay. Oh, we've got Professor Dave in here.
Yeah,
Hi, folks,
he
my
thinks he's about to
perspective
debunk Professor Dave.
in this
Oh,
video,
yeah.
it's just a follow-up on my last video where I discussed Professor Dave and I proved that his ball earth model in that solar system simply doesn't work. That
Yeah.
entire system is just based on Greek and Roman mythology, and it's nothing more than a useless religion. It's a waste of time. It's not the world
Nah,
we're
because if
living
it
in,
was, we'd have a
and
chariot
it can be
pulling
proven beyond a doubt that the spinning ball is just plain stupid and it doesn't work. So there are some people who are so attached to this religious dogma that it's can only be classed as the worship of Venus. So one of these people, Jacob Pillivan, right? He made some comments on my video, and I want to address some of those comments. So Jacob Pillivan, I don't know if this is Professor Dave's girlfriend, I'm not sure. But anyway, this is what Jacob had to say. So with regard to Venus, he says, when we turn, there are areas near the terminator lines where you can see Venus. That is why you can see Venus a little before dawn and a little after twilight, right? So this is the video clip that I showed, and I said that if Venus orbits the Sun, right, so there's the Earth. If you're in the night time of the Earth, on the ball Earth, you can't see Venus. Venus's orbit must be greater than the Earth's orbit around the Sun for you to see Venus at night.
What?
Oh.
What
That
an
makes
idiot.
sense, right? So what this fellow was saying, no, that the terminator line, if you're looking across from that terminator line, you can still see Venus. So let's have a look at what he's saying. Remember, he's saying that if you're at the terminator line, let's say at 6 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the afternoon, you'd be able to see Venus. Is this true? Because a lot of people have brought this argument up. The answer is no. So let's stop and think about it. Remember, at the terminator line, there's the sun. Right, so let's have a look at it. There's the sun.
Not
There's
the
Venus
scale.
orbits the sun. That side of the terminator line is day. You're on the ball Earth. That side is nighttime. Remember, for you to see Venus at night, you have to look up into the night sky. You can't look over into the day side past the terminator line and see Venus. Because that's what they're saying. They're saying if you look across the terminator line, you can see Venus. Well, you'd be looking into the daylight side. You see, this entire thing exposes the total mindless garbage of the ball Earth. It simply is stupid. It doesn't work. The person at night time, he can't look across the ball Earth. He can't see around the ball Earth into the sunny side. It's night time. It's dark. So even if he sees Venus, let's say for 2 or 3 hours, so I've put the time there, he has to look up. He can't see around the ball Earth. Do you understand? That argument about the looking across the terminator line, that you're looking up, simply doesn't make sense. It exposes the ball Earth as a stupid lie. It's nothing more than, the spinning ball Earth is nothing more than religious propaganda. Same with Venus. It's just Greek and Roman mythology. Right, so how can we prove this even further? Well, on April the 13th in 2012, planet Venus was visible all night long that weekend.
From where,
So,
dude?
Hey, they bring facts into it.
Jacob Pillowin, stop pestering me, buddy. You're a fool.
You're probably from fucking Norway or something.
Who was this guy? Who is this guy?
Could have been like down on the South Pole or something, Paul.
Carl's embarrassed.
Yeah. What an idiot. He thinks just because Venus is on the day side when the sun sets that it should be in daylight.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Who was that out of interest?
He was called My Perspective.
Ah, okay.
I wonder he didn't spell
Carl
perspective.
said he's sorry that he's South African.
He was a dentist.
I think he was.
I think you should have stuck to
I
it.
apologise.
That's okay. We don't hold you personally responsible. Well, not this time anyway.
That's a typical person that you say don't give up your day job, which is
Yeah, quite.
oh.
Alan's not here, Renee and me.
Perspective, who we got left? Oh, wide awake. Okay, wide awake goes for 18 minutes. Flat Earth compression and displacement of the horizon. I like the Venus one. That was good.
Yes, that was particularly derpy.
You get an A. You can get an A for that one, Peter.
Oh, fantastic! I'm getting back.
Hi, Aaron.
Hello.
Yes, that's the song, Sam. Venus was her name.
Just got it.
Alright, I guess I better turn this on. Here's where my camera's setting. I'm right out here in the muck. But I just want to kind of show you out here. I can see the 3 islands plus land further beyond. So I want to make sure I make a video of that. But look at these chemtrails too that are in the sky. And they're everywhere. Going down this way. Hit the sun. Look at the sundog. Wow. Big time sundog. But that's why they're getting created in this the chemtrails.
He thinks they're actually
I'll
in
try
the
to zoom in
chemtrails,
on
the
them
actual sundog.
when I get a chance. I want to get some of this really good footage here today. I mean, you can even see the islands with my cell. I can't focus it, but you can see the light glistening off of this boat. Where's the Bayport rack? There it is.
Yeah, hi, Matt. And you still got it wrong.
Alright, we're going to sit on that Bayport rack because this is where I was talking about. Eye level is just above that rack. It's full zoom too, and then you also compare this to some of the video I got with the P1000.
Just a lot of crap. Come on.
I got no idea what he's doing.
That
No.
Oh, neither is he.
you literally, you see boats go above it. Why? Because that is where eye level is. Alright, there is a video that I did with where I put a level on my camera, pointed it out there to the Bayport rack, and showed that with the virtual horizon on and the level, the water was approximately right where I'm showing it, above the rack. This is eye level. Alright, now I'm going to even show you right here, as I speed this up, you're going to also see how this horizon does get compressed. It is compressing now. And part of this is what I would call a diffraction line. And then look where the boat is, well above. And look at the size of the boat. That's another thing, because another portion of this video that I actually recently took, this other video earlier this week. I wish I would have got some of the footage I had last night, but unfortunately my SD card malfunctioned or something. I think what it was I didn't reformat it, and I had some malfunction on it, so I lost a lot of footage. But you know, as you're watching this, you see this compress, and on other days you always wonder why the boats always ride on the same water level or water line. This is why, because all of this right here gets compressed, it gets pushed down, and this is also partly what obscures things when you see a boat getting cut off on the bottom, even when the water is when the water is compressed, you'll see how these boats are being cut off on the lower portion. Why? Because they are being magnified beyond that visible water line, which when you magnify an object, it magnifies all the way around, top, bottom, and everything. Now, I was taking screenshots of some of these boats because I'm going to do a little video with just the screenshots before I put this one out. Maybe I can get people's attention to look at this footage and, you know, compare the differences because that's what I'm doing. I'm comparing the differences, and that's why I do these long observations, go out there for, you know, many hours, every spare chance I get, all my free time. And
You think we're better at it now then?
no, I'm not great at doing this editing, but hey, I'm putting it out there. People can see it. Now you see where this boat is now, and then think about where that rack was. It's way up at the top. Why? Because it's not getting compressed down. Again, it's like I said, that when it's mirroring out, that mirroring, you would not see any of these boats out there. Matter of fact, these boats would be appearing to be cut off due to that mirroring and the magnification. Now, I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been doing a lot of comparisons. Been going back through all my videos and really taking a real close look at them and figuring out a lot of things. And when you get these, like I say, when you get these good days of visibility where you don't have the mirroring, you don't have the compression, everything is pretty much where it's at.
Obviously has a different definition of good
on this
visibility.
particular day,
Yep.
Matter of fact, this water could actually be going beyond it, because I always found that
It's a good
no matter
example
where
of
the
terrible
water line
visibility,
ends,
so I'll give him that.
you know, there's still mirroring going on. So how much mirroring, I don't know, because I've never had that great of a day of visibility. For crying out loud, I live in Florida, so our humidity is really, really bad.
Sorry, mate, I'm crying right now.
That's why November is usually a good month. And, you know, right up to the springtime, it's usually good. Now, recently we had a little cool
I had
front
to tell
come
Travis
in.
about this, and
I
because
think
he's
it
trying
brought
to
the
show
air
Travis
temperature down to the water temperature, so I was able to get
And
some really good
I told
footage
you,
on
Terry,
this
this
next
is
part.
Travis's
But
apprentice.
again, you know, look at where these are. And this is Billy Steele's rack here, and that's something too. On this particular day,
I don't know.
Okay, it looked like he went behind it.
Hello.
I hear a mad
Billy
lurking.
Steele's from
Hello.
Pine Island is 8.4 miles away, and at my camera height, and then my camera height
It would
is
help
at
if he had his
5
camera
feet.
level.
The horizon
Hi,
should
Phil.
only be at about 2.75 miles before everything drops off. But as we well see here, none of it is. All right, these were some boats that I captured recently. And note
boat
how
looks like it's half sunk.
the sky, the colors change.
I hope you released them after a while.
Very hazy day, cloud cover, but it was
Hello.
blocking a lot of the light out. But also,
You coming in here, or are you going to lurk
the
from out
size
there?
of that. It is slightly bigger than the other rack. Okay.
It's a yes or no answer.
Again, this magnification deal
Let's
works
confuse
in
them. I've heard
mysterious
so
ways,
much
because
dirt in the
sometimes
last
it can
5
work
minutes. My
closer,
brain's fried.
and sometimes it can work farther away.
Butt in here.
Again, you know, look at that boat going behind the rack.
That boat's
Pretty
sunk,
awesome.
half sunk.
Yeah.
When you
That boat's
compare
missing.
some of these other boats I'm going to show you going beyond the rack, but under the rack, might as well say. Now, here's where we got something too.
It's half a boat.
The North Bayport rack at 7.25 miles. There's another boat coming here that's even smaller yet. But at 7.25 miles, at a 5-foot height. There should
It
be
sunk.
like 13 feet.
Where'd it go?
Now,
Where'd the
that
boat
rack is
go?
only 14 to 16 feet tall. By my navigation maps, that's what it says about the height
I'd like to
of
know how
this
far they're out off
bird
the
rack.
coast of wherever he is.
The whole bloody boat
Again,
went
this is the
He
North
hasn't.
Bay,
He hasn't put
North
it where they
Bayport
are.
bird rack. So I should only be seeing the very tip top of this. And again, on days where I have heavy mirroring, it matches that refraction. So geez, isn't it kind of funny how it matches the refraction they reversed on you, and this isn't being pulled up above by any type of magical refraction. This is being it's
Half a
it's
boat,
right where it
whatever
should
it is.
be right now. Look at the size of that
But
boat.
that's just
going
normal
by.
refraction. It's
Again,
magical
You
refraction.
cannot say that this boat is being pulled up over the curve. I mean, for crying out loud, look, you could see the whole boat in the water. It's just
That's a contradiction, Bandy.
this particular day, everything, like I said, I got great visibility. Everything just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller until it is no longer resolvable. I just put out a video with this footage in it. Hardly got any views.
That's
I
such
know
a nice
I made it
picture as well.
long. I like making
Meow.
my videos long. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to start
And then
just
he wrecks
making
it by
long
going out of
videos. And
focus.
people that want to learn
Didn't
from
Travis
them can
teach him
learn
to
from
use a
them.
tripod?
There's people that will appreciate them.
Oh, you've
And
got
then
one
there's
apparently.
people that won't.
No,
Look at
Travis
this
sets his
boat.
tripod up
If
and then holds
when
his
this gets
camera while he's
converted,
got his
it
tripod
comes
set up.
out
He
good.
doesn't
Oh,
move
that's
his
You can
right.
camera.
see
Yeah,
the little
yeah, that's it.
riggers.
And you
The
get a better
side
shot
riggers.
with
This
your
is a
camera than
shrimp
what he
boat.
does with the
You'll see
with
its
his other camera.
rigs
Yeah.
out to the side. Again, look at the size of it. You know, and you have to ask yourself, how far away actually is this boat? Well, I'm going to give you a good idea. I know that the size of Cutter's Rock
Give up drugs.
would
That's
be,
a good idea.
you know, way out there. On this particular day,
We got
I
no
really could not
measurements
see
or
Cutter's Rock, but
anything to go
I
by
would
for this
say
one.
that this boat is a good 9 miles away. The small boat,
I
a
don't
good
know.
9 miles, if not more. It could be 10 miles.
We're at the bottom of it.
Again, here's a comparison of a closer boat compared to the boat that's much, much further away. And then here again is I'm showing you where my camera's setting.
Bit of focus here.
Even Barney says it's
Look
terrible.
at that. That's a big old shrimp boat out, way out there, folks. Way out there.
There's a
Where's
bubble
the
shrimp.
rest of it?
Look around.
Bubba
Bayport
shrimp.
Park right here.
I'm way out there
Corner.
too, man. Oops.
Oops, indeed.
Over there is the fishing pier that they're rebuilding.
All right, my camera only sets up about
Looks like he's done a few different days worth of footage, but
what was it, 43 inches.
one day was
Oh,
clear.
crap.
And of course,
The
I'm
rest of
not
these
right
days
at
are a
the
bit
water's edge
iffy.
on this particular day. I gotta say that there's probably another 4 feet, 3.5, maybe 4 feet to
Yeah, good point, Carl.
to the water. But still, even at that height, and this is on this particular day. On the first day, I was at that first part. I was at 5 feet. This one, I'm at let's say 7.5.
Let's say
And
400.
That would give me a drop.
We just pull a number out of a hat.
Well,
Yeah,
let's say
that's
the
at least 400 miles away, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because my eyes can measure it.
North Bayport rack would be 30 feet. That would be the drop. Now it says refracted hidden. is 7.5 feet, but the refracted drop is 30.0.
What's this guy rabbling on about?
God knows.
So, nah,
Blah,
I
blah,
mean,
blah,
and
blah,
the
Oh,
refracted
right.
horizon
Yeah, now it
should
makes
be
sense.
at 3.62 feet. Check this. I mean, come on, people. Check this boat out. And again, this boat
it's the
should
command
be way up
defense.
toward the top. Just like in the
Look
first
at
part
that
of the
heat
video.
wave.
It must
This
be
whole
true. I wouldn't
background
lie to
is
you.
actually not
Oh,
only
look.
mirrored,
That
but
bird
it's
didn't distort when
actually
it flew past.
magnified.
Funny that.
That's why everything looks really close. These clouds that are back there are
Good one, Adam.
hundreds probably of miles away. Now I got a little bit of natural audio coming up. I'm going to let it run, and I wish I wouldn't keep getting these notices because this beep 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 is driving me nuts. I should have turned it off. And even that sign,
Aaron
that
said
sign
he
only
sounds
sticks
like
up
Lemon
about
Bird
10 feet.
with a set of balls.
If that, and, you know, you watch
He's
this
a cross
boat go
between
by, and
Lemon
it's
Bird and Sean
behind
Hawkins.
that
Yeah.
sign big time.
He just want baseball
Lemon
bat.
Hawkins.
All right, I'm going to let some natural audio play.
Sean Bird.
Sean Bird, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I want to pick up the baseball bat, just smack across his face and go, shut up!
Lemon, or this guy.
This guy.
I may have lost it.
I just woke up and I spent it and I turned on and I thought, oh, Terry.
Oh, there it is.
Looking at,
To the right of the
what
rack.
the hell are you playing, Terry?
Going behind this other sign.
Well, we've been playing some dirt videos.
Look at that.
Hey, tell me about it.
Sorry, Mad.
Oh yeah,
I
you can
thought the
blame
world had
Peter,
gone.
man. If you're not happy, blame Peter.
That's
Yeah,
that's
Peter's
right. I'll
fault.
deal with him later. Yeah, I'll deal with him later.
All right, this next little piece, I'm going to go back to November 22nd, 2019. Show you another little.
Well, this one's no better.
There's cutters. There's cutters.
There's
Rock.
cutters.
Right there.
That's Cutter's Rock right
All
there.
right,
as
with
I
a
say
camera
so.
height of only 5 feet. The refracted drop should be 71.995
He reckon he's
feet.
5 feet above
The
sea level.
refracted hidden should be 39.
He did show
Give
his
or
camera on a
take.
tripod at the start.
Yeah, give or take
As
a
you
foot.
well see, there was even a boat out there that's going to go.
And it is sort of down in the
beyond.
mud. So, yeah, there or thereabouts.
What on earth are you supposed to make out of that?
Cutter's
I don't
Rock.
know.
A hat, a brooch, or a little pterodactyl.
Now, I'm not sure if I had moved my
Oh, no,
camera
that's the
down
weather report.
to
sorry.
2.33 feet. If I did, the refracted
Yeah, even with glasses,
drop
doesn't make
should
sense.
be 71.95
I
feet.
took my glasses off to
And,
make it look more
Yeah, on it went off.
distinguishable.
drop
Yeah.
or hidden should be 48 feet.
I found a
Again,
really good
you
way of
don't
fixing
see
it,
that
Mad.
here at all.
So
Thanks for watching,
you're looking at the
folks.
screen at the moment. Now I want you to turn 180 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah,
Have
and
a look
look
at
up.
that.
That's much better. I'm
There
looking
you
at my
go,
hi-fi
fixed.
speakers now. Yeah,
Well,
that
there
makes
you go.
much more sense.
That's the awful. That's the waste of video.
I can see Pip. Hello, Pip.
Yeah, but look what I can do. I can do that.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, I can pretty much sum up that guy in a few phrases. Don't touch the electric fence; it'll hurt you. Bzz, ow! Bzz, ow! Bzz, ow! Bzz, ow! Bzz, ow! Bzz, ow!
What's this wet paint sign on this bench? I'll check the paint to see if it's wet.
I think you should just screw with people and put up a sign saying, warning, dry paint.
Yeah. They did still
Aye.
touch it.
They still touch it,
So-
yes. To see if it's
So
dry.
the trick is there, farmers, is you build the traditional bear pit, and then you sprinkle fresh grass over the top of it, and you put up a sign: "Don't walk on the
On the
grass."
grass. Yep. Punji spikes at the bottom.
Down was a pot of gold on the edge of the roundabout, right in the corner. They spent hours going round and round and round, didn't they? We can't find this corner somewhere. It's got to be a horizon.
Just be around the next bend.
Yeah. I know where you got to stick a fluffer. You got to stick her on the magic roundabout in South End. It's got 5 roundabouts round one big roundabout. That'd keep me amused for years, wouldn't
Yep.
it? How do we get off this?
Yeah, just around the next bend. You'll be right.
Next door's start again. I don't know why they're together. Unless, of course, they're training for a boxing match or something. I don't know, but they seem rather athletic.
How would just like a bit of trivia or something similar?
Yeah.
Yeah, up for that.
How long's a piece of string?
Twice the
Half
distance
its
from
length
the middle to the end.
times by 2.
No, it
Twice
wasn't as
half
long
its
as
length,
that.
you mean.
It's not as long as that. Don't want that one.
Well, I've got the questions
Which
under
would-
my beer caps. We can use them because they're pretty random.
Just a quick one then, Terry. Which would burn longer, a short, fat blue candle or a long, thin yellow candle?
The same.
No, short, fat one.
No,
Why not?
neither of them. Candles don't burn longer; they burn shorter.
Oh, damn.
Oh, get grief.
That's too confusing. After I've been watching Derp.
Longer in time, shorter in length.
Short in length, yeah.
My brain's gone to sleep now.
What brain?
I've got pins and needles in my head.
I had one. I made a cup of coffee and then I sat there and watched Terry's after show, and this is what it's done to me.
Did you make me one, Matt?
Yes, I did.
Oh, cool. Could you put it in my cup?
I just made one.
I'm going to make a proper cigarette. Because all that derp has really fried my 2 brain cells I did have. They're quite happy together. And now you've ruined them for the rest of their life, Terry. They'll never be able to see a boat go over the horizon ever again. Because it's compressed.
My chair I sit on now doesn't squeak anymore.
Hey.
I'm going to
One gives
smear
the occasional
petroleum.
clunk, but I can't figure out why. Nothing's loose.
Well, the
I'm
main
going to
reason.
smear petroleum jelly.
Well,
I'm
the
going to
main-
smear petroleum jelly all over my glasses so that I can see better.
Well, for one thing, I actually didn't have to lubricate it to make it stop squeaking. It just actually broke, and I'm not using it anymore.
That's because you didn't lubricate it.
No, the weld
What's
broke.
that?
I've got to re-weld it.
Ah, would it because the weld broke?
Yeah, that's why I was wondering why
Or-
it kept on moving around and squeaking. It was because the weld had broken
Or
on one
was the
side.
weld okay? Was the weld okay and just the metal broke?
Good question.
When I do astronomy, I like to leave it out of focus. That way I can claim that I found what I was looking for.
We knew a song about that. It's that eureka moment. How'd you know? 'Cause it's out of focus, but don't tell them.
Well, these are going to be pretty random, these questions, and they're not biased towards any country or demographic either.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, like, what is the capital of Northern Ireland?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
Are we letting the peanuts go first?
Yeah, let the peanuts go first.
Are we putting our answers in the internal chat?
Yeah, you can put your answers in the internals. Okay, peanuts. What's the capital of Northern Belfast? Oh shit.
Ireland.
Shall we start with the next one?
What country is Northern Belfast in?
I'll give up on that one.
Yeah.
Try
You've
again.
had too much dirt as well, Terry.
Yeah, I think
What
I
country
have.
do Australians live in?
La La Land.
Try that again. Ronda Rousey won Olympic bronze in which sport?
Oh, I don't do athletics.
Don't know.
Ronda Rousey, that would have been boxing. Or do they have? Oh, sorry.
Point love said wrestling. You war.
Yeah.
Door your way out. Point last warm.
Fishing.
It's
But way
Fishing.
I
out.
don't know if it's
No,
I
it's
don't know if it's
warm
in
with
there.
Put it in
wrestling.
the internal chat, man.
Wrestling's
Yeah.
getting warm.
That's what
Oh,
I'm
I don't know.
thinking.
Yeah,
Have
I'm
you ever
waiting for
tried
the
to bring in a
internal.
big
I'm waiting for anyone in the internal chat. Carl said
ain't got a
ice skate.
clue.
No, you're completely cold when you go down that route.
It's
Blue said I knew it. Terry's Irish.
boxing.
No one? Closest one was wrestling. Boxing. Yeah, boxing and wrestling are warm. Judo. Who said judo? Point laugh.
I
There we
didn't know
go.
if it was martial arts. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
That's
close.
in the
You're close
Olympics.
with wrestling.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was martial arts or
Well, judo's.
boxing,
Yeah.
because she's on the MMA circuit and she's ferocious.
Well,
that
this
girl.
one might
Oh,
be
I
a
don't
bit
know.
hard for you Americans and British people.
Do we get a buy?
The
No.
infamous underarm ball occurred at which cricket ground?
Oh,
I should know this.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should know that, Peter.
Oh, and I know it was Mr. Was it Dennis that did that?
Lily.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Dennis.
That was really, really cruel. That was.
It was the last. It was the last one, wasn't it?
Last
Yes.
ball. They could have won if they had got a run.
Yeah.
But
If he'd have
the thing
gone
is, if
around
you had to
and-
check the rules at the time, they were still saying that the underarm bowl was still actually recognised as a bowl at the time.
Normally, it's a gesture and an apology or something sort of thing, isn't it? When you do an underarm to the offensive.
So which
To say
cricket
sorry
ground?
for the
You have to pick a cricket
previous
ground.
move. I know. I can't remember.
Well, how many cricket grounds
Yeah.
are in Australia?
Oh, you've got one in each
Dunno.
capital city.
It was at the men kicker goals.
Men
Yeah,
kick
I think
goals.
it
Yes,
was.
that's it. Bandy. Well, no, Bandy should have known it. Point love said, I know. John said the Gabba. No, yeah, well, the MCG for Bandy. Who's Riley the lawyer?
That'd have been funny
Oh,
if the guy.
people
yeah.
change their bloody
That's right.
names.
That's right, Bandy.
know.
It was 100% legal at the time.
Yeah. It is.
And,
I mean,
and
that'd have been
they changed the rules after they did it, so that doesn't count.
count. Yeah. It'd have been so funny if the guy had just ran up to that ball rolling along the ground and whacked it and ended up being a 6.
Yeah.
That'd have been hilarious. Yeah, because they only needed one run, didn't they?
Yeah, they only needed one run.
Yeah.
or something ridiculous like that.
Okay, another generic trivia question. No,
Oh,
it's
there's
not,
still a
not
hit.
sport this time. The board game Monopoly originated in which country? I'll wait for a peanut to answer.
Ooh.
Is that your answer,
Yeah.
Farmer? Okay.
Don't know whether it's right or not, but that's what I'm taking.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a peanut to come through.
I'm just gonna be
Yeah, the
I'd
MCG,
devil's
Dad.
advocate.
MCG,
I'd agree
Dad.
with
Or
you,
do I have
mate.
to write them down? I'm sorry, I missed the rules.
Internal
We're
chat for us
putting ours in
and
the
the
internal
peanuts.
chat.
Internal
Yeah,
chat for us and outside. That's one to know what the
Yeah.
answer was to the cricket ground. It was Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Melbourne. That's it.
So we're getting a
Cool.
USSR, we're getting a Sapperville, whatever that is, England, German, UK. Okay, who answered USA?
I did.
I did.
Yeah, USA.
I would have if I bothered typing.
I thought it was
Did
England.
it?
So
Did it have New York and all that sort of stuff on it before?
Yeah, originally it had all American street names and places.
Right.
Wow.
So,
Threw me out that one.
There you go.
England.
I thought that was one of ours.
I always thought it was English, but my mate who was fanatic about board games told me it's American.
I'm no
I
good at
wasn't certain
speaking
what it was,
Spanish or whatever it is, but Pablana and Serrano are types of what?
Oh,
Sorry.
Poblano, Poblano, and
Yeah.
Serrano are types of
yeah.
what?
Oh.
Oh, I might as well type it as well.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the peanuts as well.
Yep, somebody's got it.
No.
Liverpool.
No.
Cake.
No.
Cake.
You're cold as anything. You're so cold it's not funny.
Venereal diseases.
You're way off. You're all
It was
way
in
off.
Canada, it'd be known as bacon.
Yeah.
You're all way off. No one's even getting close.
Yes, there is. There's one correct answer in there, Terry.
Yeah.
I'll scroll back up. But
Yeah, one got it right.
no, it's not that. It's not that. And it's not that.
Which means we're all wrong then.
Yep, yous are all wrong too. Everyone in the peanut gallery's wrong too.
I don't think so.
Yep. No more chances in the peanuts. No, yous are wrong. It's not that one. Oh, no, you're still wrong. You're still wrong. You're still wrong.
Not dead pig.
It's got nothing to do with pigs or chocolate or cake or coffee or ham or anything.
Cheese.
Oh,
Maybe you should spell the word, Terry.
I did spell the word. I said Poblano and Serrano are types of what?
Wine.
No.
No, they're not
Chili
wine.
Grapes.
Chili peppers.
Oh.
Chili peppers.
Are they red hot?
Well, I said I can't speak Spanish or Mexican or whatever it was.
You said Spanish.
Or whatever.
You said Italian.
Oh, I know what it is.
Okay. Yuri Gagarin was the first person to do what?
Who?
Yuri Gagarin.
Oh, to
Yuri
go up to space.
Gagarin.
Oh,
Yuri
sorry.
Gagarin.
Yeah, Yuri Gagarin. That's not quite right.
Excuse me, I got the Serrano Poblano one right, I think.
Who said orbit?
Riley the lawyer.
No, you're wrong. Everyone else is getting it right except for orbit. It's not orbit.
Technically.
Well, that's not what I got here.
Well, technically, he was.
He was.
Yes.
The first two Americans into space did suborbitals.
Well, the answer is going to space, so that's what I'm going by. If you've got any
fair enough.
additional
Have a
information,
shit in space.
I mean, no, he didn't. He was the first into space, but he was
Yeah.
also the first to actually complete an orbit because the first two.
but he had to
Americans
go to
didn't.
space first.
Yeah.
You can't be
That's why
orbiting
you-
first. You had
you
to get
can't
into
fly
space.
Yes, you can.
thing.
You can orbit the Earth without going to space.
Huh?
Why does
They
every
can't.
quiz have to be a bloody
You can.
argument?
Oh, they're like that, Pip. Blokes are like that.
I mean,
they can't
yeah,
help it.
yeah.
They can't help it.
Your answer is right. He was the first man to go into space, but technically, yes, he was also the first man to orbit space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blokes just like to try to be politically correct, not politically correct,
Yeah,
pedantic
note
or
to
whatever.
self, do not go to pub quiz with any of this lot.
Yeah, that's right.
I think you mean anally retentive.
That's
Yeah,
the
that's
word.
Okay, this is an Australian one, so you guys are not going to have any luck with this one. What
Okay.
shape is an Australian stop sign?
Oh.
What shape is
Another
the
clue on
Australian
that.
stop sign?
Yep, that's what I meant to put, but I wasn't certain how to spell it. Oh, no. Yeah, it is actually.
Wrong.
Oh.
You can't answer twice, Elmo.
Why? Because I was wrong. I knew I was wrong the first time. So
I'm not going to tell you. Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you which one's wrong. I'm just saying you can't answer twice.
Oh, I know which one's wrong. The first one's wrong. The second one's right.
Here's there's something I'm going.
Yeah.
Oh, Blue got it right. How did Blue know that?
Because he Googled it.
He probably did.
He
Hope
copied
not,
Carl
hope you
Edwards.
peanuts aren't Googling.
It's the same in America, Terry.
Oh, for their stupid
Oh, is
sign that they don't know how to spell stop.
What?
Yes,
they
STOP?
No, the other one, the
Yes, they
giveaway
do.
one. Oh, it's the giveaway one they can't.
Oh, that's
spell.
yield.
What, yield?
That's
Yeah.
yield.
Yeah.
That
That's
is
different.
Yield, sir.
Yeah.
Halt, asshole.
Yeah, but what are you doing after you yield? You've got to actually be, you've got to be, what do you call it, descriptive. If what you're doing, you're giving way. You've got to give way to the cars.
Yeah, you're yielding to them as well.
If there's no one there to yield to, you don't have to yield.
Exactly.
Well, everyone knows that yield is bags per acre.
Bags.
Depends what you're growing.
I was going to say we usually worry about tonnage.
Or bushel.
Yeah, we got red stock. Yeah, we got red ones too, Blue.
It's funny how those big boxes that you normally put produce in are a metre square, isn't it?
I can't put my video on, Terry. Good grief.
What'd you do?
You blocked me.
Block
We
where?
have stop signs too.
You've turned the video privileges off.
Off where? In here?
I put makeup and everything on
Yeah.
today.
Oh, I can turn it back on for you. Oh, Farmer can do it.
Hello.
There you go.
Cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Why?
Yeah, there you go. I can do that to you, Pip. How's that?
You're too distracting, Pip.
Oh, Ireland has yield too.
Oh,
Can I turn farmers off? Oh, he's already did.
it's already off.
Yeah.
Hey, Terry, it's easy. Hey, farmers, I find you very attractive.
Yeah, well, I can understand that.
Oh, jeez, I'll have to try harder to turn you off then.
That's not turning him off. That's just creepy.
It's very creepy.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I could have
So
taken it
who's
to the
winning?
next level and
Does
turned
anyone
my
keep-
camera on.
Is anyone keeping score?
I think Blue's winning.
You think Blue's winning?
I know I'm not. That's why I'm not keeping score.
Okay.
Next question.
Next question.
I still reckon my something had gone is the best answer for the last one.
That's quite a good answer. Yeah.
What bird is the world's fastest animal?
That one.
Well, it's not the one that goes beep beep.
No. It's the,
And I'd be guessing it would be one that would be falling straight downwards, as a hint.
And I'll let you get it half right because there is a word before. It has got a two-name answer. and some people are getting it right, but it has got a two name.
What about that one then?
Oh, Farmer, you would have to be a smarty, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, and you spelt it right. That's not fine.
Of course, I spelt it right.
That's not fair.
I just
I
looked
can't.
it up.
Although I did put a capital on the letters, on the names, but hey.
Everyone that's spent it the Japanese way is right as well. Because
Ford Falcon. No, not a Ford Falcon, Scott.
Terry.
Well, mind you, if you kicked it out the back of a Hercules, yeah.
What's that, man?
Terry.
What
people put in, farmers put in, and Riley. Everyone else put in that H word. That's technically correct because it's a Japanese version of Peregrine.
No, that's a motorbike.
Yeah, but that's what it's named after.
I know.
So who got
because
Falcon?
it eats blackbirds.
Falcon out the peanuts, but it's Peregrine Falcon. So I'll let you. That's why I said I'll let you off if you don't write the first part. So who got?
Yeah,
Falcon
that bit about
point?
the Ford Falcons, Terry. It might not be fast and it might not be a bird, but the Ford Falcon will get you some fast birds.
Yeah, or at least some cheap ones.
Hello, Amy.
I'm sure that there was a documentary a while back, and they'd been working with a semi-trained peregrine falcon, and I think they actually went up in a hot air balloon, and somebody did like a skydive out, and the falcon followed him, and sort of went accelerating past the guy who's in free fall.
Yes, that's. I'm sure I saw the same one, Farmer.
Yeah,
So it's,
quite a little while ago now, wasn't it? But
yeah,
just that image stuck. But he jumped out, and the falcon was I think semi-trained to follow him, and the falcon went plummeting after him and went straight past. It's like bloody hell.
I think in fact he jumped out like a few minutes beforehand.
I think you might be right. Yeah,
and he caught up and overtook him halfway down or something like that.
I'll have to look for it and see if it's on YouTube. It was years ago I saw that. Quite a few years ago now. But yeah, fascinating.
Okay, who's good at literature?
Oh.
Depends what sort.
Words.
Literature.
You want me read words from book?
Yeah. Literary question. Which author wrote the Da Vinci Code? Not the movie, the book.
Are they different? Stop Googling, I heard you.
That was invented
I
by...
don't have his type my answer.
No, he's going to type in the answer.
Yeah, type in the answer in.
That was invented by three French
Tom
guys,
Hanks.
I believe.
I said not the movie.
Who wrote the book?
Yeah, who wrote the book? I haven't got an answer from the Peanuts yet at all.
Nope.
Michael
the
Crichton.
The Bibble.
No.
That was Jurassic Park. Come
Amongst Michael Crichton's books, a lot of his books got turned
I don't know if
into
the time
films.
delays before or after the Peanuts internally from the internal. I don't know how to work that
He
out.
even came up with ER. He was the man behind the scenes.
Peter,
ER.
type something into the Peanuts and into the group chat at the same time, virtually at the same time, and I'll see which.
At the same time. Just
well,
give
not
me
the
a
same
moment.
time. You know what I mean.
As close as you can.
All right, so
just to see what time differences there is. Doesn't matter what
I don't think there's as much of. I think Alan has set it up so there's nowhere near as much lag.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to find out.
all right, you ready?
Yeah.
There'll be a few seconds delay.
I just typed H.
Yeah, that's much quicker than it was.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty
But I
close.
had an extra N.
Okay.
Sorry.
So because that way it's giving me an idea if you guys are typing it in as quick as the Peanuts are. Okay, so who said Dan? Dan Brown? Spooky?
Yep.
Point and laugh. Yeah. Spooky and point and laugh.
Do you know that was snake oil? That Da Vinci Code.
Why?
Oh, is that nonsense?
Yeah, it was made by three French guys in France back in the 30s or 50s. I can't remember. As snake oil to make money.
Wow.
Harry?
What?
Apparently.
What? What happened?
What?
Trying to get a question.
We're still 12 seconds behind us.
Are they? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. You
Okay.
found the.
This one's a
the
fairly
sky
generic.
dot.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah.
This one's a fairly
Ultimate
generic.
Killers. That's it. Yeah. Oh, cool. I shall.
Sorry, the middle of my sentence interrupted the middle of yours.
Sorry.
In a sporting question, but it's fairly generic, so we should see how we go. In which sport would you clamp, check, and cradle? Oh, that's going to be a tricky one. Even I'd
Oh, no
never
wonder I
guess
don't know it.
Nah, sorry, Pip.
Is child minding a sport?
Pip's wrong.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Wrong.
It's,
Wrong.
And can you call it child minding when they're your own?
Wrong. Is it so wrong it's not funny?
False.
Hey, Mad, you had time to
What?
Google that.
No, I haven't.
You did.
That's
you
how long
did
it took me
so.
to bloody type it.
Oh, it
and
does
remember
not.
what it was
Oh,
called.
no, I think
I have
there's,
not
I think
Googled
there's
it.
some shenanigans going on here.
No.
Definitely not lawn bowls. I would know.
Okay, we've got a peanut that's got it, but I'm under protest because it took him so long to answer it. No peanuts have got it. Lacrosse. So.
Yay!
I'm going to time limit you guys for so many seconds so you can't type it.
You think that's going to stop me? Right.
That's
See, that's a challenge. That's a challenge
That's
now.
a challenge, yeah.
As Blue would say.
Lawn darts.
That's a challenge.
Yeah.
There's such thing as lawn darts? No, there's not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Lawn darts.
How
It was banned because it's so dangerous.
How do you
Just
play
a bit.
lawn darts?
You're literally playing with a dart, if you could imagine.
I said sports. The lacrosse thing was sports.
Oh yeah, it's a very
Yeah.
popular sport in the
Yeah.
States.
Lawn darts, throwing something with a spike that's about a foot long up into the air and trying to land in a circle. But you know what kids will do, don't you?
Yeah.
Just stand there.
That's a recipe for disaster.
I'll throw this at you. Let's see who can get the closest to each other.
That reminds me of that, what's his name, Australian comedian with the story about the head. Rodney Rood.
Being read on.
Okay.
No, don't.
Don't. This is a geographical.
Okay.
Los Angeles translates into English as what?
Oh, that's.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah.
But
No,
which
that's
one's
it.
wait a
That's it,
minute,
you
there's
got
two
it.
answers here.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
gonna
it's the
type
second
it.
answer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
It's
'cause-
the second answer.
Sorry, farmer.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, whatever.
Sorry. Pip got it
Riley's
right.
got it.
Pip got it
Oh.
right. No, John, you got it wrong.
Last name's
Point
Blue.
Laugh got it. Dora got it. Blue got it. Oh, Blue's a bit
Actually-
slow. No, it's not City. No, it's not City of Angels. Just the Angels. It's not the City of Angels. It's the Angels. Okay. Only Dora got that one right, by the look of it. Dora and Pip.
Oh, there you go.
I think the women are winning for some reason. Well, this is another sport one, but it's something people should know. What
Oh,
sport is
hang
played
on.
in periods called chukkers?
Oh, she just beat me to it by the fraction of a second.
Yeah, that was close.
And I misspelled it and had to backspace. There you go.
Point and Laugh wants me to read the question again. What sport is played in periods called chukkers?
That's CHU
Chuckers.
double KA, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chucker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just got time for
chuckers.
a swift chucker.
Peanuts are getting that.
Horsey stuff.
Yeah. I used to. I lived for a short while just down the road from one of the national sites for that.
All right.
Well, this was a village just outside Newmarket, so hardly surprising.
Yeah. Okay.
Very horsey country, unfortunately.
Giddy up.
Not one peanut.
Come on, we're giving
Not
you
one
all
peanut.
clues, and you know what's getting it.
Only Spooky got it.
A Spooky got it. Oh yeah.
Spooky got it. Pip got it. Farmer got it. Good on you, Spook.
What was the question?
Oh, forget it.
What game is divided into periods called chuckers, spelled CHU double KA, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, bugger. Phil, this is a movie question.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I've lost.
Movie question. Kylo Ren is a villain in which
Who?
film series?
I don't know, faintest
Whoa,
idea.
Farmer's Lightning.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that farmer's answer.
Well, it's only because I watched the very latest one on the Disney Channel the other week.
Hey, it's all right. I bet Pip on that one.
And I'm so glad I didn't go to
I
the
didn't know. I
cinema
just
to see it.
Come on,
I was
Peanuts, you're a
gonna
bit
take
slow.
that, so.
Yeah, I see it on my
Carl.
friend's telly.
Carl.
This-
Do that.
The Star Trek was.
Yeah, Star Trek was.
And upset a nerd, yeah.
She definitely deserves 2 points for that.
Yeah.
That's
give
funny.
yourself
All
an
the
extra
bases
point for that
covered.
one.
Yeah, I have to say that very latest one wasn't very impressive.
Yeah.
No, I
No,
didn't enjoy it.
that's shit.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I didn't watch it. I saw one. I thought, I ain't watching this.
Yeah, I did sit through it all because I
God,
paid
it
for the
was
damn
so
thing,
good.
so
I
might as
can't
well watch
even
it.
really remember.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but it was.
Yeah, I didn't pay for it.
And the
so-
really annoying thing is,
No, I didn't pay.
my Samsung Smart TV isn't smart enough. It isn't new enough to download the Disney Plus app.
Oh,
So if I want to watch it on my telly downstairs, I have to stream it from my phone,
interesting.
which is also, strangely enough, a Samsung. So anything I'm watching on my phone, I can stream to my TV.
Will your telly not update?
No,
Doctor Who, Peter.
Bugger.
Doctor Who.
Why's Blue upset for? Blue, you can come in, you've got the key.
yeah. What's he straining for?
Because he
He asked-
probably
he asked you
didn't
to
understand the question.
Which
Chuckle.
question? What was
Well,
the
I-
question?
Polo one, I think.
Yeah, Polo. That was ages ago. Star Wars was the
No.
last one.
No, the last one you just read, what everyone
Kylo
just
Ren.
answered.
Yeah, Star
Kylo Ren.
Wars.
No, he's got
Yeah.
Cold Fort up above. I don't know.
I got no idea what's going on.
Never mind.
Couldn't answer.
Yeah.
None of us have.
Bluish
Blue
red.
is red. Yeah.
Geographical question by the look of it again.
Oh, no.
Okay. What city acts as the capital of the European Union?
What city? Oh.
Yep, Pip, Farmer.
Oh. Yeah.
What?
I left an L out. I
You left a
pressed the
few
wrong
letters out.
Yeah, just a bit.
No, just an R. It's that language for
Amy,
that.
Carl, Dora.
That's how they pronounce
No,
it.
no cure for me. Sorry.
Terry,
Wrong.
that's how they pronounce it.
Paul,
over
it's good
there.
to see you're starting to think like I am.
The Brussels.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, love how you spelled it, though,
Yeah,
Peter.
this
Oh yeah, hey, mate, I've
Yeah.
got a legitimate excuse.
He can't spell.
Dyslexia is a great thing.
I thought it might have been a Freudian slip, like spew outs.
Yeah, well, that works too, but no.
Blue thinks it's New York.
New York.
Anyway, they don't taste too bad if you cook them with a little bit of bacon and
Yeah, you got to
lightly
give them some other
sautéed
flavour.
in there.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
yummy.
No, I like them
and
just
don't
as they are with vinegar.
don't overcook them.
I can eat them. Yeah,
And I
they
like
got to be
them mushy.
crunchy.
Oh no.
Okay.
They must
Oh,
be
they're much more
crunchy.
fun if you overcook them, though, because then a couple of hours later,
It's straight out the other end.
In
That
fact,
explains it then.
in fact, I believe we're getting very close to the date where you have to start boiling them ready for Christmas.
Yep.
Yeah.
But only if you're going to start boiling them now with a rock.
Yeah, you
Well, speaking
parboil
of
them
rock-
for about 2 minutes, and then you put them in the oven with bacon and onions and flavour.
Speaking of rock,
They're yummy.
Speaking of rock,
then you throw the sprouts out and eat the bacon and onion, right?
Exactly.
no, speaking of rock, which famous prison was known as the Rock?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, Pip was
that one.
lightning.
Yeah,
was.
before you even finished, it was too obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but no Peanuts are even get the answer yet. The albatross.
Oh, yeah, there's loads of them fly around there.
albatross.
Yeah.
Papers with that.
That's why you couldn't escape, because they got you.
Well, because of the
Storm
albatrosses.
petrel.
I was
Yeah.
going to say Tasmania, but we won't get into that.
Oh, John gets an extra point for naming the lead actor in the movie The Rock. Okay.
Hey,
Wasn't it the rock?
John Stocks put Clint Eastwood.
Clint
Yeah.
Eastwood wasn't in The Rock.
Yes, he
Oh
was.
no, he wasn't. It was Sean
he
Connery.
No, he's in Alcatraz.
He was in Escape from Alcatraz.
Oh, he was
The
in
Rock
Escape from Alcatraz.
Was,
The Rock was Sean
yeah,
Connery.
Sean
the Rock was Nicolas Cage
and Sean Connery.
and Sean Connery
Sean
and
Connery.
Mate
And
Boy
Sean
Out of the Abyss.
But Escape from Alcatraz was Clint Eastwood. Yeah.
Correct. But that's not The Rock. That's a totally different film.
Okay. This is an animal question.
An aminal.
An animal. What is the
Phenomenal.
fastest land animal on two legs?
On 2 legs?
Yeah.
Depends if it's been depends if it's been chased
That's
by
four
a cat
legs,
or
you
if it's
wally.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's that or the other one.
Depends if it's been
Yeah,
chased
I'd
by
say
a
that.
cat or if it's been chased by a bus.
So Pip and Farmer. Point and laugh. Kyle.
Meep, meep.
Meep.
They're not fast.
No, I know. That's the whole joke. They're not, are they?
No.
No. Meep.
If the ostrich is fast, why isn't our emu fast then? They're both similar
Ostriches
birds.
have longer legs.
They're
No,
Yeah.
ostriches
really long
ostriches
legs.
have longer legs.
They got
Oh,
more
I'm
of a
talking about
stride
the one
to them.
out of.
You ever
out of-
seen a plucked ostrich? My God, its legs are long.
I'm talking
Oh,
about the one out of Emo, out of the kiddies program.
The scariest plucked bird I've ever seen is an owl.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
really long
If
legs.
you Google the image of a plucked owl, you've never seen anything like it. It's the
Oh.
weirdest looking thing.
Yep.
Or wet cat.
Oh, wait,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wet cat. Yeah.
So farmers
Yeah.
from that I can tell that you've never hit an emu at about 80 kilometres an hour.
No, strangely enough, they're not native to this country.
No, so when you do hit an emu at about 80 kilometres an hour, they instantly turn into like hitting a feather doona.
Yeah, I bet.
Feathers just go in all directions, and almost 90% of the bird just disappears.
I mean, I've seen what happens when you hit a deer.
Yeah, it's somewhat the same.
The car loses.
Yeah.
I was lucky I was in a truck.
In fact, generally over here, if you hit a deer, your car's right off.
Okay,
I barely clipped a muntjac, and it broke a headlight, bent the bumper. The bloody muntjac just ran off.
Okay.
Next.
Yes.
An anatomical question.
Yep.
Okay. How many
I'm already
ribs?
starting to type.
No, it's not penis.
Oh, damn. E I.
Well, they don't have ribs. How many ribs
Oh.
does the average human have?
Oh,
Male or female?
Well, it's going to be. Well, it's got. Has it got both answers for that?
Can I give you instead the answer for Marilyn Manson?
Yeah, but he had his surgically altered so that he could do other things.
Correct.
I'll take both answers from Blue. Blue gave 2 answers, but I don't know if he corrected it or added to it.
Yeah, I think his second answer is the corrected.
Who said 24 in the peanuts? Besides Blue with the pair of 12. 12
Point
pair.
laugh.
Point laugh. Who did it
Point
internal?
laugh for 2 guesses.
Nobody internally got it.
No.
So the peanuts won that time. Peanuts beaches.
So,
Too short.
I was starting to count. I only got to 22.
You're lucky you can feel yours. I don't know where mine are.
They're under there somewhere.
Quite sure they must be.
Well protected, Pip. That's all.
Oh, very well protected, yes.
I hate it when I read the answer first instead of the question.
Fond memories of Belfast.
Okay. What strong plastic is often used as in bulletproof vests?
Yeah, thank you, Pip.
Yeah. Oh, Pip was flying that time.
Yeah, I wrote Kelvar.
Yous all
It's
did.
like, no, hang on a minute, that
Yous
ain't
all
it.
did.
No, I didn't.
No, we didn't.
Oh, no, you didn't. I thought you did. No, you didn't. Who got that first out there? Oh, Blue. Oh, Amy did actually. Amy came
Tupperware.
first, then Blue, then Colour.
Excellent job.
They're now experimenting with fluids and gels to replace all that.
Yeah.
Because apparently it's even better at stopping bullets and it weighs a damn sight less.
There's a bloke in Texas developed armor jacket protect you against a 50 cal. A Barrett 50 cal, yeah.
Of course, it still hurts.
I was about to say,
yeah.
I was about to say, Matt, you know, if you get hit in the chest with a sledgehammer, it's still going to knock you over.
Oh hell yeah, you'll end up with broken ribs, broken chest, probably a punctured lung.
Yeah,
but you'll probably survive.
Yeah,
as opposed to having your body ripped to shreds by a 50 cal going through it. But yeah, I was watching that Sarkison bloke on there, and someone sent him one, and he was impressed. I didn't even go through, but the force, yeah, that was impressive.
This question, Pip might not really agree, but it's still a question. It's the subject matter.
Okay.
Oh, is it about cars?
I don't know.
Meow.
No, it's not about cars, but it might
Okay.
be still in the category, maybe. Winchester
Guns.
is what type of weapon?
Oh, yeah, I should have put. Yeah.
Elmo was first there. Blue,
I
I
guess-
knew Blue would get it right. Well, it's a rifle, not is a gun
No,
classed as
no.
a rifle?
It's not.
Yeah,
No,
see,
Blue,
Blue,
it's not. They have
Blue.
wheels.
A rifle typically has to have rifling down the barrel. Winchester create weapons that don't necessarily have rifling down the barrel. So on that premise, they create guns.
The answer says rifle.
I say we all go down to the Winchester and wait for it to blow over. Extra points if you name that film.
The Italian Job.
Yeah, I suppose technically, if it hasn't got rifling down the barrel, it is a gun.
Shaun
It's a
of the
gun,
Dead.
not a rifle.
Oh, I've never seen it.
You've never seen Shaun of the Dead?
Nope.
What?
The
Oh,
Winchester's
Pip.
a pub.
Yeah,
Pip.
Winchester's the pub.
Oh, I gathered it was a pub.
Or
No,
cathedral.
I've never seen it. I've never. No.
It's a town
Of
as
the
well.
three, there is a trilogy. There's Shaun of the Dead. What's the one with he's the policeman? Hot Fuzz. That's quite good.
Yeah.
I might have seen that.
And then the last one is World's End, where they do the pub tour, the pub crawl. But
Yeah.
Shaun of the Dead was a spin-off of what was the comedy series they did?
Can't remember what the comedy series was.
It's gone. Can't remember. Shaun of the Dead is very funny because it's all to do with zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, I love Shaun the Sheep.
Shaun the Sheep, yeah.
Yeah, Shaun the Sheep, yeah.
Simon
Okay.
Pegg, yep, that's him.
We have a...
He was in the last
Master.
what you call it film with Jason Statham. No.
Oh, he has been.
Oh
in
no, with
all
the short little actor.
Yeah, it's been a lot
Space.
still.
That's it. The series was Spaced, and it was a spin-off of Space because it was the same.
I'll read this
Simon
question
Pegg
because I
was
want to
in that,
roll
and
a
it was
smoke.
directed
So
by
I
the same guy.
want to get this one out of the road, and I can roll a smoke.
Okay.
What is the largest living reptile?
Oh.
Right now?
Doesn't say that here. Well, it says living.
Oh, look at that roll!
It says largest living.
It's living. It's living, so it's got to be right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that one, and I
I'm gonna
always
roll a
type the
smoke,
one I
so-
type.
I know what you mean.
Oh, do it every time.
So who got it? No. Close, Elmo? Which one?
Oh, yeah.
Could
be.
scroll back up. Who said?
Just
Tiger's
ignore
snake?
that VK at the end there.
Blue put a question mark next to his thing. So I'll give Blue that one.
But yeah, said what kind?
But it's a certain type. No, the
Yeah.
salt water.
Yeah, it won't be the fresh
Actually,
water.
if you go by the longest, that'd be an anaconda.
Or could you go by weight?
Which
They-
would still be an anaconda. They're bloody huge.
They weigh quite a bit more than a crocodile, I thought.
Because it don't.
Oh, well, of course, the
They
question
eat
was
crocs.
reptile and not lizard, wasn't it?
They eat crocs and then die because they can't. It takes too much energy.
I could put the question up
digest
to the
it.
camera and you could read the question.
You'd have to turn the light on.
Oh.
6 foot tiger snake.
No, if you're going to wait for some, I could ask some. I'll find some.
These are just off my beer. Oops.
Well, they get up to about 18 foot, don't they? Them crocs.
Something like that.
Salties can get up to
Ungodly
23
bloody
feet.
size.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's big. You won't want one of them arguing with you, would you? Come on, come for a swim, mate. Not with you, mate.
Stupid.
You only got to Google trivia questions or
Yeah.
whatever. You get a heap of choices.
I'll get BuzzFeed, which is crap.
It might be Anthony Riley if he gains any more weight.
Have you ever seen that meme? My two favourite things, getting drunk and playing with dolphins. And it shows a man in the water messing around with a crocodile.
Okay, I've got some. You ready?
Ooh.
Who invented the rabies vaccine?
Mr.
It's a
Raby.
clue.
Mr. Raby.
A Jewish rabbi?
Dr. Raby?
Not a clue on that.
He also invented something to do with milk.
Oh, Pasteur.
Not Louis Pasteur.
Write it down.
I can't.
Oh.
My hands are full.
Bit pointless now.
Yeah.
How am I going to type with my hands full?
Which
all
word
right.
goes? Which word goes before vest, beans, and quartet?
That one.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just agree with that one person. That way it'll make it easier. I didn't hear the words properly, sorry.
Vest, string, and quartet.
Yeah,
Aye.
I'll go with what Farmer said.
Aye.
No, Dora. Yep.
Chili.
Got it.
The Chili Quartet.
Chili Quartet, yeah.
Chili vest.
What item of clothing was named after its Scottish inventor?
Oh.
Haggis.
That's not an item of clothing, is it?
Well, did you throw it at someone?
Well, I'm going for the obvious one.
No, Carol.
No? What, no for
No.
Peter and Farmer?
No.
Um,
A Mr. Kilt, I don't think so.
Why
So
not?
they're wrong.
Of course.
What, Spooky?
Yep.
Can I go for Spooky?
Spooky got it. Macintosh. Well done.
Macintosh.
that's a computer.
They make good amplifiers.
Known to the rest of us as a bloody coat.
No, they make good amplifiers. Really
Do they?
high-end stuff.
The
yeah.
sheep.
Nice.
Okay, this has got 4 answers, so
Oh.
a point for each. Which 4 British cities have underground rail systems?
Ooh.
Oh. I think I
British.
should know this one because
Yep.
me and Alan played around with watching stuff for this. Googling.
Oh, just do a quick spell check on that. That's not how you spell it.
Oh, close enough, good enough.
It doesn't matter about spelling.
Well, I'll go.
I've got 3 of them.
Well, I'd have to go with the Doors one as one.
I've got 3 of them.
Yep.
Oh,
I can't think what the 4th one is.
Well, the last one starts with the G. I thought we had to pick ones from around London area.
No.
No.
Which 4 British cities
Oh,
have
British.
underground
Oh,
systems?
British. Oh, okay.
Yeah, British.
Is Ireland classed as British?
I've been on 2 of those. I haven't been on the 3rd, and I can't for the life of me think what the 4th one is.
Your 3rd one is wrong.
Is Ireland got any underground railways?
Does that the one
You've
that
got 2
farmers?
Oh.
Yeah.
You only got 2 right, Farmer.
No blue.
Have I
Yep.
got, have I got the wrong one up north?
Yeah.
Yep.
Does any of
No,
them
no,
It was a
right
toss
up
up between that and the other one, and I couldn't remember which one it was.
The one you've got furthest north is correct. The southern one's correct.
Does it start with D?
Duh.
No,
Riverdale's
Doncaster hasn't got an underground, no.
Riverdale's got 2.
Has it really? Oh, well, I've never been there, so.
Yep. That's the other one. One more. Farmers.
Well, which ones are right so far then? Anyone getting them right in the peanuts?
Riverdale's got 2 right, yes.
Okay.
North London, South London, West London, and East London. Nice one, Blue Marble.
Really shows you how much you've been on the London Underground if you think you're going south of the river.
Yeah.
There's hardly anything south of the river. There is a bit, but not much.
Guess what's south of the river now? Bloody American Embassy.
Okay, you giving up, Sally?
Moved it round past Battersea. The buggers.
Newcastle, London, Glasgow, and Liverpool.
Aye. Peaky Point.
Oh, some of these are quite difficult.
I've been on the Glasgow one once, and obviously I go on the London one at least twice a year.
Okay, another movie one.
Oh.
Bray Studios near Windsor and Berkshire is home to which brand of horror films?
Oh, it's...
Which famous brand of horror films?
I can't
Oh.
spell.
I hate it when that happens.
Yep.
It was on the tip of my tongue, and it was like I could picture all the
Yeah,
old classics.
the
people,
farmers
and it
one.
was like it's.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm going with
Okay.
farmer's answer.
No idea what I said, Dora.
She's missed.
Bray Studios near Windsor in Berkshire was home to which famous brand of horror films?
Very famous.
Yeah.
Yes, Peter Cushing appeared in a lot of them, as did Christopher Lee.
Harry Potter.
I was thinking of Christopher Lee. I forgot about Cushing.
Yeah, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing.
Well, one of their most famous films, Christopher Lee played Dracula, and Peter Cushing was Van Helsing, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, the good old days of movies.
I prefer Tales of the Unexpected.
Roald Dahl.
Yeah.
Come on, is nobody having a guess? Oh, sorry, Stu got it. Right, Hammer.
Yep.
Hammer horror.
Hammer horror.
Hammer horror.
No idea.
Give the
Dora said no idea.
Okay. Give the alternative name for the mountain ash.
Not a
The
clue.
mountain ash.
It's a tree.
Yes.
I know what it is.
Well, that's what the answer would be.
It's a specific tree.
It's
a tree you plant your garden to keep evil away.
Well,
You
it's
find
not
one in
Australia.
almost
It's-
every Scottish garden.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, but it's not in Australia. Mountain ash in Australia is a different tree altogether.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
it probably is.
Okay. Northern Hemisphere mountain ash.
Oh, that's no good.
I can't spell it.
Of course you
Makes a
can't.
jelly. You can make a jelly from it as well.
I can't spell it. Well, we know that.
IP.
Nobody guessing? It's
I
the
don't know enough about trees.
round tree.
Oh. Number one, the larch. The larch.
Oh, this is
Irish
easy.
Does anyone know?
Easy.
Does anyone know trees are green?
Except the ones that aren't.
Yeah.
Red ones.
You can get blue ones.
Death wants to know. Can we have?
Right,
a
this is
question
going to be the
normal?
fastest finder first. You ready?
Okay.
Name the game.
Death wants them in English.
They are in English.
Name the game played on a lawn called a crown green.
Who's going? Yay!
Lawn. Lawn.
Below.
Damn it.
You're supposed
Below.
to be P. You should have spelt it with the P.
Yeah.
Farmers put blowing.
I've never heard them call that before, farmers.
Well, I started typing the answer and I thought, no, hang on a minute. There should be two words here. Like, I did backspace far enough.
Bulls would have done fine. Bulls would have been.
Okay.
Yeah, I could hear you typing, and I thought, I can't be bothered. I want to see what you typed. And then it come up, and I thought,
Well, of course,
classic.
it's lawn bowling.
Ballon.
Another sport one, kind of. Right, yeah.
Anyone fancy some ballon?
I used to play boule.
Patang.
Yeah, Patang. I've still got the ball somewhere, I think.
Patang.
Right, you ready?
Yep.
In 2011,
Pals.
which country hosted a Formula One race for the first time?
2011.
Oh.
Oh, there's been so many new ones. I'm taking a complete punt at this because I can't remember.
Nope.
No.
I got an idea. I'm just waiting for somebody to do it like Carl. I'm going with Carl.
Wrong.
No.
Okay, I'm wrong.
2011.
We have a correct answer in the peanut gallery.
Oh, yeah. I suppose it could be, yeah.
No one in the internal.
It's out there.
Well, I'm not going to write it if it's
Yep.
out there.
Well done. Paul got it.
Yeah.
Well done,
Yay.
Scott Bennett. What does the term piano mean in music? What does it mean?
Oh, didn't know it was a term. Thought it was a bloody instrument.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
thought too.
Yeah.
That's
Dwayne
it.
Dibby.
Ring Diblet.
I was expecting Paul to know that.
Yep, well done.
Yep.
Yep. Point and laugh and Elmo. To be played softly.
Yep.
Oh, lost him. Oh, there we go.
Hammered strings.
Black and white keys living together in perfect harmony.
That's a different instrument altogether.
Black
Try
and
not
white
to get-
keys living together in perfect harmony.
Got history ones, but they're all kind of European. Oh no, well that's not really. When did the Cold War end?
When
What
someone
year?
turned the fire on.
Cold War.
The moment I got my gas reconnected.
Ooh, when did it end? Yeah, I was going to say.
Not quite.
I bet I'm
Yeah.
not far off.
No, not
I just
quite.
couldn't remember the exact bloody year.
I can't remember either.
Well off, Matt.
Give or take a year or two, it's somewhere around about then, but I just couldn't remember when.
Yeah. Scott, point and laugh. Dora.
Oh, I'm not way off, Pip. I could see into the future back then.
1989.
Because wasn't that when the wall came down, basically?
Yeah. The year after I had been to Berlin and seen it.
Was it Reagan era?
89? No,
89.
no. Don't think that was Reagan then. That would have been the first Bush, wouldn't it? I think. I don't know.
Okay, a literature question. In which Shakespeare play does Shylock appear?
Um,
The faintest idea.
Is it that one?
All
Yep.
about
Yeah, that one.
all about all yeah.
That one.
Yeah, that one.
I want that one.
That one.
That one. I want that one.
I
Don't want that
want,
one.
I want a brown baby.
Don't want that one.
No, 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 no. Peanuts and
Don't
all.
want that one. Don't want that one either. Don't like it.
It's been a long time since I've read me Shakespeare, but I've read
Yes,
most of
Stu, well done. Merchant of Venice.
Venice. That's the old pound of flesh one, Merchant of Venice.
Farmer got it right too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for a peanut though.
Yeah,
TV.
You got more because
just-
I've got more too.
They just virtually
Okay, I'll
every
do one
single
more.
play he's done in the subject.
Well, how many you got?
Well, I've got hundreds, but I'll do a food one and then that'll do.
You got hundreds.
All of them.
Take over. Oh God, no, I'm not going to read that.
I'll go make
Yeah.
a coffee and then I'll be back.
Nuh-uh.
Mm.
Can you make me one too, please?
Yeah,
Okay,
Dora.
okay.
Some of the Shakespeare's are worth reading, Dora. Depends what mood you're in, I suppose. But some of the classics, Romeo and Juliet is just bonking all the way through. It's just sex. It's full of sex.
What's wrong with that?
Too sexy
Macbeth.
for my
Macbeth is very
shirt.
bloody, particularly if you go and see the Roman Polanski film of it that he made just after his wife got murdered.
No batteries needed.
Right, you ready?
Mm.
Get my teeth in for this one.
Yep.
It's food, by the way.
Dude.
If you were to cut a hare into pieces, marinate it in wine and juniper berries, and stew it slowly, what would this recipe be called?
Blech.
Delicious, actually.
Well, yes.
Is it that?
Oh,
Yum,
hang
yum.
on. I don't have my Zoom. Yep.
Yep.
And I know that from a Monty Python sketch.
It's a miracle.
I'll put it in the chat so you can all see it. I should have done that before. Not the answer.
No, there was actually a sketch featuring that isn't the life of Brian.
Just in case you don't understand my accent or something weird like that.
What accent? Didn't know you
Exactly.
had one.
I don't have an accent.
No, people. No, it's not wrong. Does she have an accent, Farmer?
Well, yes. Of course she's got an accent. Everybody's got accents except me.
And you just talk funny.
In my defence, the Cambridgeshire accent isn't that strong. It's nowhere near as strong as somebody's Scottish accent, but still perfectly understandable.
Well, it depends what part of Cambridgeshire you come from, doesn't it, boy?
Come on, peanuts. Half of it's in question.
Yeah. But you got to spell it right.
No, and it's not Irish stew.
He's up further, and I'm sure he doesn't taste the same.
No, Stu says get that in the effing bin.
Junk it. No.
Hair's like all of the game. It's nice as long as you haven't left it hanging for too bloody long.
Oh yeah, I remember going to my uncle's once, and it was a bit on the counter, so I just peeled a bit off to eat it. Oh my god, it was stinking.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
there we go. We're getting some answers now.
Fred
Yeah.
Bailey got it. Well done. It was jugged.
Yay! Finally.
Jugged here, actually.
Jugged.
Jugged. Yeah.
Well done.
It's
Terry, are
been
you back?
jugged.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, over to you then.
There was
Am
I'll
I
have
here
to
now?
look in.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm here
There
now.
was a sketch. I'll have to look in the script book that I've got a copy of somewhere. There was very definitely a Monty Python sketch about jugged hares. I'm sure there was. It was jugged something. I'm sure it was hair. That's the only reason I remembered it.
That came in useful.
Yeah.
Over to you, Terry.
Okay. I'm right now. Did you get the coffee, Peter? I left it there on the side table.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, where's mine?
I left yours
Did
out
you
on the
get
kitchen,
mine?
out on the kitchen cupboard.
Oh, right. Okay. I'll nip in and get it. Thank you.
Put this off. I want eyes off.
What's up next, Terry?
I'm coming. I'm only trying to read questions that are a bit easier. Some of these are a bit. Yeah.
I didn't have an accent until I left Yorkshire.
Okay, here we go. Per capita, which country drinks the most beer?
Per capita.
Per capita.
Per capita.
Oh, that must be. Oh, I can't say it out loud, can
Okay.
I'm just taking a pun.
Elmo's going for the obvious.
I was going to, but
No, I was going
Any
to
of the
put in.
any of the peanuts going to go for the obvious?
I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that one just because it needs to be done anyway.
I'll take the first correct answer is point and laugh.
Alan Barr.
Czech Republic. Ooh.
Oh.
Those alcos.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, where does Budweiser beer come from?
Yeah.
I don't know. The bottlers?
No, it's Czech. It's not American.
Oh.
There we go. We learned something every day.
If someone is a southpaw, they are. What are they?
Oh, good grief! I can't spell. I've got
If somebody
dyslexic
is
fingers.
a southpaw, what are they?
Yeah, I didn't put the ED on the end.
Well, Pip was first, obviously.
Yeah.
She types faster than a man possessed. I swear to God.
Carl,
She can
typing
type
at school and
fast.
got a roll
Carl,
level and it
Blue,
back at my O level.
Fred, Amy.
Yeah, she can type faster than someone who can type fast.
I know she can ban someone quicker than they can swear.
Yeah.
I've not tried it on the computer.
She gets
So, left-handed, obviously, wasn't it? Yep.
she
Yeah.
gets casual spaceman before he even does anything naughty. He just does say hello. Bang, gone.
That was Mippet.
I think that's
Oh,
only
that is
used
Mippet,
in
was it?
boxing, really, because you wouldn't call somebody a southpaw unless they were boxing.
Anybody know their Spanish in the Peanuts?
I'll just go get Jose. Hang on.
Go and get Jose, quick. Go and grab Jose.
Hola.
Which means with milk.
Because we need a Spanish word for beer. So anyone know their Spanish?
No.
Yeah.
Ah, Pip.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I haven't a clue.
Pip.
Couldn't have told you that.
It's one of the first things I
There it
learned.
is. Point and laugh again.
Pip and...
Si,
Point-
senor.
point and laugh.
Terry.
Point and laugh. First death.
Cerveza.
Beero.
Beero.
Well, in Greek it's bira, so you're not far off. It's cerveza. What's cerveza, por
That
favor?
sounds more Australian. Bureau.
No, you see, if it was Australian, it would be Beero clock.
Fair enough.
San Miguel. Yeah.
I'm going to check your spellings on this answer. Next question.
There's loads of them.
So I'll check your spelling to see how good you are for this one. Which physicist famously shouted "Eureka"?
Ah.
And I'm going to check your spelling too.
Oh, I ain't going to spell it then. Yeah, that one.
Pip must have shortcut keys for these answers or something.
Now she can see your screen, Terry.
How? I've got
See,
I've got the camera blocked.
So if I tried to type as quick as Pip, that's what
Oh.
I'd get.
Yeah, you spelt that wrong.
I think it's spelt wrong.
Quiet, just keep your fingers
Whatever
off
it was
the
you were trying to spell, you spelled
missed
it
the
wrong.
Q.
Don't proper nouns have capitals though?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's capitals in the middle. Look.
To
Yeah,
scroll
but
back
they're in the
up.
wrong
Yeah, I
place.
didn't use the capital.
Fred said Platop. Plato.
Like I would say, stick it
Uh,
away. I've created whiskey every
You
day.
misspelled it.
No.
I know that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, do
Pip,
I
when
go
you hit
by
your
the
thumb.
first spelling correction or do I just go for... yeah, okay, I'll let you...
I think close enough is good enough.
Yeah,
Too.
yeah, okay, Stewie. And I'll give you 3 guesses who the internal got it right first.
That's Peter.
No, it wasn't Peter. It wasn't Peter.
Some
What's
bloke.
wrong? Some bloke.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Stewie got it right. Death got it right. Carl got it right.
I knew
Who
I was
else got it
thinking
right?
I'd get Archimedes out in one go.
Some bloke.
I'd write down Archimedes, then I'd have to click on it because it'd be red underlined, and then I'd have to go through the words that come up. And
We
then
only had
none
to
of
say
the
the
ones
the
right.
bathtub guy.
Yeah.
Oh, see, Terry, I was going to say the guys over at Ballarat when they were fighting for rights, but
This is going to be
They're
very
doing the gold
close.
mine thing.
This one's going to be a very close call for the answers because I'm going to have to watch the. As soon as I read this, I'm going to have to look straight away because I know somebody's going to answer it straight away out of the peanuts or internally. So it's going to be a race, this one. Who created the Muppets?
Oh, I got that wrong. So right.
I completely slipped my mind there.
Yeah, it jumped over our heads.
Elmo's got in there. Peter, no, actually, Peter was in there. Dr.
Oh,
Spock.
my first.
Dr. Spock.
Dum 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 da dum da dum. dum, 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 dum.
Wasn't it Jim Henson, not Jim Hansen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't Hanson. But I thought
Yeah,
it was
but-
co-created.
That's what
And the
fell
A
out
and
of
the
my
E are
mouth.
nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
So Peter,
It's the guy who died. It.
Oh, well, I'll let you off,
who's
Peter,
the
for
one
the
that
spelling
created it.
mistake. Carl, Amy,
Hillary Clinton.
Sean.
Vroom
Stu,
Vondel's
Hillary
is
Clinton.
right.
Oh, jeez.
Nathan Oakley.
Vroom is right. He's got it right. Definitely.
Oh, there are two answers. It's Jim and Jane.
Yeah, well, I've got the answer. I've got Jim Henson. So
Yeah, Jim and Jane Hanson in 1955.
Are you doing a casual, Terry?
no,
He's not eating.
Where is casual?
On his lunch.
where is casual? What's his excuse?
He can't answer these
I
hard
don't know. He didn't
questions.
show up to poker last night either. So I don't know.
We could be working.
Might be working.
I don't. Yeah, we should know this one.
No, he can't work, can he?
Yeah, you can.
He's in isolation.
Okay.
No, he's not.
14
No,
days.
he's got the all clear.
Oh,
Okay.
Right then.
Okay.
I thought you still got to be in isolation for 14
Okay.
days.
Okay. Which
Okay.
comedian?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Which comedian played the character Borat?
Oh,
I
Yeah.
can never remember his name.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, somebody will know it. Somebody will know his name.
No,
no,
that's, no,
that's,
that's not
that's
right.
another character.
Yeah, that's not his name, Pip.
Is it that?
Yes.
That's the
yes.
one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amy got it.
Only Ali G would come into my head. No. That's
Amy
not.
got it.
Anyway.
Death got it. Death
Amy,
Stewie.
yeah.
Well
No
done.
cure for me. Well, he's got 3 names. That's Sasha Baron Cohen.
Cohen.
There we go.
Owen.
Ah,
Could have just been called Brian.
Yeah,
Brian
Bri-
Cohen.
brain.
Yeah.
He made the Mancania thing. Yeah.
some of these are
Yes,
so
he did
easy.
marry
Some
he
of these
did-
are so easy.
He did marry a chick from Perth. That's right.
We're actually doing this the other week. This subject. So
Oh, were we?
yeah, the one I'm reading now. What does
Oh, I've forgotten it.
a
I've forgotten
farrier make?
it. Oh, no. Yay.
Heard speed
Yep.
type and Pip was in there.
Right,
Yep.
as soon as she started typing, I thought she's going to beat me to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The peanut should be coming in any second now for the time delay.
My secretarial studies O level is coming into play.
I can't touch type.
Custom built every
Good on
single
you,
one.
Speak.
but-
Speak,
I nearly
Death,
wrote.
Fred.
I nearly wrote horseshoes.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
That's Long
horseshoes?
Thompson's.
That'll do. Horseshoes.
No, horseshoes.
So,
Oh, horseshoes. With a W.
Shoe. What are you doing? Oh, I'm giving this horse some new shoes. Shoe.
Oh, dear man. Dear
That's
God.
awful.
That is bad, isn't it?
Bloody awful.
Yeah, I wouldn't open your new routine with that. Yeah.
Well, it'd be good if you want to go home early.
oh my god.
Oh,
I got
okay.
paid. What the hell?
It's an American geographical question, I suppose. Bill
no.
Gates and Jimi Hendrix were born in which city?
What?
That one. I want that one.
No idea.
Nor do I.
God, not a clue.
If you didn't hear the question properly, Blue, you should have got me to repeat it.
Yes, Carrier do make air conditioners, air conditioning units, fan call units.
So
Yeah,
wrong,
I
wrong,
thought
wrong,
you
wrong,
said
wrong.
carrier.
I know exactly what he's on about. I can picture the logo and everything.
Well,
Yeah.
I do get a right answer here somewhere, but
Hello, Peter.
Oh,
Pip,
yes.
Pip. Which one do you
Yeah.
want me to pick?
The bottom
Oh
one.
no, she no.
No.
She has to go with her first one.
First one.
the
Yeah.
rule,
That's
isn't it?
right.
That's,
Yeah.
that's
no,
the
we have-
shotgun approach. That is
Yeah.
blimey.
Okay.
type in
Chicago.
target one.
No.
Right.
Fred, what's that supposed to spell?
I don't
Wichita,
West Seattle.
Dora's first there, and nobody
Wichita.
nobody in the internal got it.
Wichita, Kansas.
So
No.
Dora got it.
I
Ori
could-
Stewie
I
got
could,
it.
I could,
Spook
I could
got
still
it.
get it, Terry. See?
Just keep trying to
Too slow. Sean Smith got. Yeah, you've all got it in the peanuts.
West.
Oh dear. You gotta learn to cheat quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We know this person. So it's
All right, then.
okay.
Personally,
They're wrong.
Not personally, but you know who the person is. The answer
All right.
is. Who was
Right next
nicknamed
island.
the Maid of Orleans?
Of who?
Orleans.
New Orleans.
No,
not New
Orleans.
Maid of
Orleans.
Orleans.
I ain't the faintest idea, but I'll go with what Pip put.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to say New Orleans.
Well, it was a
No.
choice between Pip and Amy who got that first. I'm not sure. No, Amy got it.
It's me 'cause
Dora
it got
got
lagged.
it. Stewie got it. What she said.
Yeah.
Well, because she's
Ella-
right. It's Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that'd be
Ella
what she said.
Fitzgerald.
I just say let them eat cake.
Yeah.
That's Marie Antoinette.
No, it's
Oh, same but different.
Where did she keep her moe and chandel?
No, Amy, it wasn't Carl Edwards.
She kept it in a pretty cabinet. Because where else you go keep your champagne?
Must be Old Orleans.
What you mean, New Orleans?
Shut up, Ozzie.
Darling.
It's all
I'm
one
not
word,
mad.
isn't it? New Orleans.
Darling.
Mark.
Just pan out in it.
Well, this is obviously going to be an Australian question.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What is the largest species of kangaroo?
Oh, yeah. That one.
Oh, Pip!
Yeah.
Pip!
No,
How did
have a look. Have a look.
Mine
Oh,
says
yeah, but on my end, Pip came in first.
Yeah,
Oh.
Pip come
Pip's
on
first.
first on my
Pip's
end
first
as
on
well.
mine.
it's first on mine.
What about me? I wrote red before any of you.
You're third.
You're third.
Yeah.
Who was the
Mine
first?
goes me, Pip,
Carl.
and then Paul.
Yeah,
Mine goes me, you,
everyone
and Paul.
got it right except for Dora.
Yeah, the collective known
Wallaby.
as the big baggers.
Skippy Rex Irish, you said.
Skippy Rex.
In mine goes me, Pip, and then Peter. So
Wow.
that's
Yeah,
that's
it's
a
whatever
weird
comes up
one.
on cherries, I guess. So
Yeah, sorry. It's
No,
only
sorry.
what comes up on mine.
Yeah.
but when if it's me.
Species or kind? Don't you start.
Elmo, refer to real D.
Yeah.
Don't you start, Fred. There's no such thing as a kind.
Oh, was Ken? Is Ken out in the
Yeah,
peanut
who
gallery?
do you think what do you think your name is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ken,
Hey,
Ken.
hey,
0845.
I'll kind of shoot you in the head. Will you kind of be dead?
Oh, this is a geographical one.
Oh,
Geographical.
Oh, Amy will get this.
east.
Turn left at Albuquerque.
East.
Oh,
If you go to
Okay.
Beccles traffic lights and turn right, you always get to where you want to go.
Matt,
Apparently.
which major river runs through Budapest and Vienna?
Ooh, that could be.
yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That one. It's got to be that one.
That one.
That one.
Completely misnamed in a certain piece of music.
Yes.
Not blue.
It's
You,
not
you
blue.
mean you mean the pink one?
Yeah.
And a murky.
I think that Pip's going to win the major prize.
You know, Pip's just using this for her practice for the sarcastic barman's.
No, I got beat on
Yeah.
Friday. I'm out.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm
Pip's
surprised you
out.
got some silly bloody
He was
questions.
the first
It's
peanut.
not really a quiz.
No, it's not.
Ah, Mippet, actually, Mippet, are you still awake? I thought you were asleep.
Typing in the sleep.
Oh, typing in the sleep, okay.
It's all right. She's going to start timing
Point and
people out
laugh,
soon.
Amy, Blue, Carl,
Blue's up there again.
Duke.
Sorry, Blue, but it's not Blue.
Dora.
Not blue.
Elmig's got it. Everyone got it.
Although with all this lockdown, it might actually be a bit cleaner now.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, look what the canals in Venice have turned out like.
Yeah.
They're crystal clear.
Yep.
Yeah, all the silt
Thanks,
settled.
Mark.
Yeah.
See, if they had half a brain at the moment, they'd send the big vacuum boats around to suck up all of the crap now.
Yeah, whilst there's nobody there.
Yep.
Anyone caught littering should go to prison for a year.
It's like over here, they should have been repairing all the roads.
I think more pops
Yeah.
are, is it not?
Exactly.
And
I
more
s-
pork.
Yeah. I see they're going to spend $2 billion on electric and cycleways.
Bollocks to the cycleway.
Oh,
Yeah.
why?
Yeah, exactly. They tried that back years ago at Milton Keynes.
Yeah.
It's called Roundabout City now because everyone drives cars.
Yep.
Not push bikes.
Yeah. Yes, I know all about Milton Keynes. It's only about 20
Yeah.
minutes away.
Mm. Mate's just moved out that way. Works for Amazon, actually.
Oh, yes, they've got a huge place out by the M1.
Yeah.
Next.
Yep, I'm just getting it ready.
Cool.
I'll just do my chicken
Oh,
sandwich.
okay. What unit of currency is used in
That one.
Indonesia?
Oh, I'm going to say that, but it's not.
Mhm.
Don't go there.
It wasn't an it wasn't an anatomical question.
Toilet roll?
Bottle tops.
Toilet roll.
Anyone getting it right?
I think mine was Vietnam or something.
Nope. No one in the internal so far. I'll scroll back up.
Oop.
Tourist turds? No. The Bart? No.
I like blue marbles.
Point and
Oh,
laugh
Dawa.
didn't spell it right, but
Dora.
that's what it is.
That's a little bit racist.
The Reaper.
Rupiah.
Point and laugh put
Rupiah.
Rupee, so.
$10.
Pink dollar.
Oh,
Rupees,
dear.
rupees,
Same,
rupees, rupees.
same, but different. $2? $2.
$10. Me love you long time.
It's
Amy's
fried
so
rice,
sorry.
you plick.
Bloodline.
Oh, help.
2 card, 1 chat pays.
What was it?
1 chat.
Rupee.
Oh, that was India.
Don't want no one.
Not the rupee, it's the
That's the
rupiah.
rupee.
Oh, the
Rupiah.
rupiah. Okay.
Yeah.
Tequila.
Oh, okay. Oh, this one's too easy.
Coconuts.
There's gonna be lightning typing for this answer, but you have to get it all. You have to spell it. That's the thing.
Okay.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Which
There you go.
Which sea does the Nile flow into? I heard the typing.
The wet one. Pip's there.
Oh no,
I've got to
Amy,
make sure it's
Amy and Pip, Amy and Pip were first.
Amy and I were a brilliant team when we were on together. Time we were coming back.
I think the girls are winning because Amy, Pip, and Dora got a few right, and Carl. Oh, yeah, this one's too easy.
My spell check doesn't work that quick, Terry. It's
Isn't
not
it?
fair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can
A
get spell check.
Salty one.
A salty one, a wet one.
Well,
Okay.
they're correct.
What is the main ingredient? What is the main ingredient of
Yeah.
black put? Will you wait till I ask it, man? Black pudding.
Yep.
Still couldn't beat Pip.
No, you still
No.
couldn't beat her. Point and laugh was first for that one, and the peanuts. Now that's racist. What?
Hey?
You call it blood pudding, Blue. We call it black pudding.
I call it disgusting.
It is vile stuff.
It's yummy.
It's horrible.
Love it.
No, it's not.
It's yummy.
Yep.
There's something wrong with it.
A fried breakfast is not fried breakfast without
Right.
black pudding.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh.
Oh, I'm not going to give you
And
the
fried
title of this.
tomatoes.
I'm not going to give you the category for this question because it'll give it away.
Okay.
You can have my fried bread.
Okay.
Righto.
Okay. Where would you
Okay.
Where would you find the Sea of Tranquility?
Right
Oh
outside
shit!
my back.
Damn, she's quick.
Oh,
Blimey.
oh, flying!
I
Lightning!
wasted a fraction of a second
Lightning.
capitalising it.
Yes,
What about capitalising?
you beat
I
Scott-
swear to
you
God,
beat
her
Scott
fingers
by-
are just-
yeah.
Her fingers are just hovering over the keys all at once, and she just goes.
There,
you
there,
go.
that's the answer.
You see
Guys.
your F key and your J key.
I've got a back door into a
That's what you
computer.
Peter,
want
don't
me to
type
s-
any more like that because you're starting to type a prayer in praise of Cthulhu.
Well, they do say if you get enough monkeys together with enough typewriters and all that stuff.
Mine too, Amy. That's how you're supposed
So
to. type.
Scott got Moon first, then Mippet, then Amy. Blue's a bit slow. Armageddon's Fire's slow. Point and Laugh was slow. They're bringing up the
I've
rear.
got a back door into Pip's computer. Do you want me to slow the keyboard down by
Yes.
6 seconds?
Yeah, just give her a
Handbrake.
hey, Matt. Give her a whole heap of lag.
Yeah, all right. Hang on then.
Oh, that's not
Okay.
That's the code for to break in.
Who did James Earl Ray assassinate?
No, don't know.
Um,
Vaguely recognise the name, but
I was waiting for you to say Jones at the end.
No, Pip got it wrong.
yeah, so
Oh.
I was waiting for James L.
oh,
Jones as well.
bugger. I spelled it wrong. That's the one. Thank you.
No,
Pip.
wrong. You're all wrong
James
so far.
L. James L.
Ray. The name rings a bell, but I
Oh,
can't.
yeah.
You're all wrong.
Is
Oh,
Amy right?
Oh, death is close. And Pip doesn't get two chances.
Get a bloody dial-up modem.
Oh, I remember those days.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got a 56k modem and the blue
Ding,
progress
ding,
bar.
ding, ding.
Oh, God
And-
almighty.
And
This file was 5 hours to download. Right, I'll go and watch TV then.
And they're
Mine's on the
right-
bloody
right-
phones.
Then right in the middle, after you've connected to your internet provider, you'd hear someone picking up the phone going, "What's all this noise on the phone?
Hang the bloody phone up.
Hang it
up.
That's like when you're at work and the phone rings and you pick it up and answer it, and somebody's trying to fax something.
Fax, yeah.
Oh, you've got the wrong number.
Ding a ding a ding.
So even though Blue said King, it's the full name is. If I want to be pedantic, if I scroll down,
It should have been the King.
no, Death. Death was the first person that got it right.
Oh, so it wasn't Nosmo,
Mark.
one of the famous King brothers, Nosmo and Wan.
Osmo and Wan.
Nosmo King, Wanking. Oh, another cousin you know is called Joe.
I've got a car question. I wonder if I'm allowed to ask
Oh.
this one.
You know they got a cousin, don't you? Far.
Blue's having a hissy again.
Yeah, but they don't talk about it much.
No. And
and it depends.
they've
who
got a
knows
second
the
cousin.
song.
Their surname's Canelo. They also had a son called Far.
I quit. Blue Marble is saying, you didn't say full name. I quit.
You didn't say full name. Well, obviously, if you've got to say the full name, at least try.
I mean, King could be anybody. It
It could have been any
Henry
king. King who?
VIII. Yeah,
Good
King Canute.
Okay.
It's the King.
Okay. What
I've got a
kind
car
of
question.
vehicle is mentioned in the song Down Under?
Yeah, wonder.
Kookaburra sits in the old gum. Oh no, hang on, that's a bit wrong.
Well, Americans should know the brand of this or
Yeah.
the name of this vehicle. It's not
No, I can't
necessarily
remember.
Australian.
No idea.
I'm not going through the whole bloody song.
Oh,
in my head just to get to it.
what?
Do you come?
Nobody in the internal got it. Okay, well, I'll
yet.
go out to the peanuts.
Shagging wagon.
No, that's a different song.
Ford, no.
Bad.
Grana, no. Monaro,
That's
no.
Kevin
Holden,
Wilson. That is Peter.
Oh, that's right.
Land Rover.
Rooting in the back of the ute.
Yeah.
Death got it right. Exactly right.
Yes.
Death got
Oh,
it
combi.
right.
Yeah.
Combi.
That's in a VW combi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Oh, I can remember it in the video. now,
Vegemite sandwich, you know.
A fried out combi, so it is. It never occurred to me it was a car.
Yes, it's the old VW camper van, isn't it?
Yes.
Combi.
Makes sense now.
Well, it didn't have to be a camper van.
No, but that's generally what it was. That's
A hippie bus.
yeah.
They were called a
I-
transport. The newer models were called a transporter.
They built one over here with a Formula One engine and chassis in it many years ago. I think was it Williams who did that?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fastest-
a
fastest
flag
combi.
question. Anyone know their flags?
Nope,
No.
not really.
Oh well.
They're kind of
Okay.
rectangle normally.
Stick a flag in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What colour is the middle stripe on the German flag?
Oh.
I
know
can't remember.
I know
which
Pip was fast, but she was wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to go with Peter anyways.
Wrong in the internal so far. But Pip can't answer twice, so I can only go
Oh,
for
but
a
I was
first
right at the
answer.
last one.
Yeah, it's the only colour left though, Pip.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's only three.
At least
Yeah.
I knew the colours.
Okay. Carl Black, no. Mippet got red.
Get
Yep.
mixed up. The
Point-
Belgian one's the opposite way around.
Point Laugh got it right.
So did Irish
Armageddon
Stew.
Fire. Irish Stewie.
Or Stu.
Yeah.
I've got Muppet first on mine.
Deutschland, über allen.
Pip said it right, but not correct because she'd already answered yellow. So, sorry.
And you'd already said that black wasn't right. So it didn't leave much options.
Yeah.
I typed it. Nobody else did.
Riley the lawyer was right, not black.
Yeah.
Hello, polka dots.
A medical question this time, sort of. Alexander Fleming was best known for discovering what?
Oh, yes.
Pip's there. Pip's
Pip's
flying.
already there, mate.
I'm not even going to try anymore.
Sean Smith, I want better questions, like what colour are my shoes?
White.
Brown.
Why?
And then
Have
the-
you forgotten?
Yeah.
And then the next one could be, and what color are my underwear?
White.
Not wearing them.
I'm not wearing any. It's
Yeah.
a trick question.
You're all wrong.
Who was first? Oh, Mippet was first. Correct. Penicillin, point and laugh. Fred. Oh, what was that supposed to be, Fred? You retyped something there.
Although it
Rabies?
wasn't
No.
actually him.
Penicillin, penicillin. Pointless.
He just took the credit for him.
Okay. Oh. What have we got here? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Which clothing company owns the Air Jordan brand?
The famous stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
That's
Jeez.
I know. Don't give anyone else a chance. Eh?
I didn't even get my hands near the keyboard that time.
Well, you're supposed to have your hands on the keyboard.
Yeah.
I'm going to get Pip to put her hands under the table.
No,
Make her
she's
sit
got
on
to
her
have them on her
hands.
head.
Yeah.
Terry, make her sit on her hands. It's
Right,
not fair.
hang on, I'll put them on my head. Wait a minute.
Still beat you guys.
Still beat you.
Yeah. How about get Pip to go in the next room?
She'd still be.
Yeah, she'd just do it on her phone then, Terry.
No, my phone's a camera today.
Go on, next question.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, who was first in the peanuts? Armageddon's Fire was first.
Yep.
And Pip was the only one to answer in here. Yep, everyone else got it right, except for I don't know what that one's supposed to be.
Carl the Gap.
Nike.
Name of a missile.
We already had that one. We've got a double. All that
I don't
time
speak
and
out.
finally got a double. Oh, I think we've had this before. No, I don't know. Have we? On which continent is the city of Timbuktu?
Oh,
Sorry?
yeah, we've had that before.
What was that?
It's in deepest, darkest.
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
And New South
I'll go
Wales.
with that.
Well, actually,
Oh, Carl's been trying to get actually geographically correct, but it's not what the answer I've got here.
Ethiopia.
Pip got it right first here.
Of course.
And my hands were on my head.
Put your hands behind your back, then we'll try it that way.
No, you got a time behind your back.
yeah. I'll just hang on.
My nose.
Yeah.
I'm getting zip ties for Pip. That's it.
She'd still beat you.
Or typing with the nose. You can type with the nose probably faster.
Well, geez, I know anyone can type faster than me, Terry, so I'm not worried.
Who got
Stevie
who
Wonder
got the
can
answer
type
correct?
faster than I
Oh,
can.
Armageddon's Fire got that correct first.
Yeah, but Mad, that's because Stevie Wonder can touch type and I can't.
Stevie, yeah. I thought you said you could type. I can. Oh, what does
Hey,
there
that's a good
mean?
point, Carl. Pip, you do realise that your hands are on your head in your avatar as well.
Yeah. See, proof. Terry switched me off again. So.
No, I thought I gave you back.
Yeah, but it went off again for some reason.
Just look, I'll just check. Ask to start video. There.
Terry's jealous because he can't get his hands on his head.
I didn't switch it off. It maybe went off itself.
Yeah. Should have the right to do it now. Okay. What is measured in lumens?
Oh, I'm in the wrong spot.
Oh no! Yay! No,
Yeah, right
no,
after everyone
no,
else, though.
no, you still missed out, Peter.
No, I didn't.
Armageddon
Oh.
Fire, Mippet, Point Laugh, Sean.
I didn't know where I typed it, but it didn't come up anywhere.
Pip was first again.
Oh dear.
Who was first out in the peanut?
Luminosity.
Did I say? Oh, Armageddon's Fire
Lumen.
was first.
Lumens.
Technically, it's luminous flux.
Whatever. Rest.
And it's to do with the actual quantity of light.
Breast.
Photons. Just to be more precise. Or the energy expelled by photons. Released. Yeah.
Casual.
Where? Where's Casual?
Inside.
What are you doing out there, Casual?
I'm scared to come in.
Oh dear, he's just admitted online that he hasn't had bacon for 2 weeks.
Oh, does anyone know their cartoons on the TV show stuff?
Well, depends which one.
Depends how old they are.
Yeah.
Not that old. Not that old.
Beavis and Butthead.
Okay.
Oh, if they're new, I won't get them.
Okay. What is
Rennie
Fry's first name in Futurama?
No, I don't watch that. Never seen it.
Oh.
Pass.
Carry on, boys.
Can't remember.
What the hell's Futurama?
Well, that says it all then.
Cartoon.
Yeah,
thingy.
that says it all there. That
In
one.
space.
Oh, right.
No,
Sorry if I spelt it wrong, Terry.
No, they're wrong in the peanut gallery so far.
Stephen, Brian, Farmsworth.
Oh yes, feck.
Feck. Philip.
Okay, besides Peter getting it right first, here.
It's only a first. Yay!
Well done, Peter.
About time.
Not Brian, not Farnsworth.
I knew
Dora
all that watching the
and
TV
Death.
would win me something one day.
Dora and Death got it right.
So do I get a new car now, or?
No.
Oh. Because Pip's up to 10 or 20, is it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not
God knows.
Okay, what animal skin is an akubra traditionally made of?
A what?
An akubra.
I don't know what that is.
No, I don't know what that is either.
Did I beat him? Did I beat him?
I don't even know what it is.
You answered first.
What is it?
Oh, that's 2 in a row. I'm on fire. I'm quitting now. See you
Cobra,
later.
what's an akubra? What's
An akubra is an Australian hat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and what's that got to
many
do with the
bears in
question?
Well, that was the question. What's it made out of?
I was joking.
So besides Peter
know
getting
that
it, and Elmo, who was the first person to get it out there?
Oh, it's made from a rabbit, is it?
Scott.
Scott?
Yes, it looks like Scott got it right first. And nobody else. Okay.
The bunny rabbit. Because you had to do something with all of those little things.
Yeah, Amy's
Okay.
back.
This one's another easy one. Pip's probably going to fly with this one.
Oh,
Pip,
shit.
where's your hands?
Hello, wonderful person, Amy.
on my head.
Come on.
Okay, cirrus and cumulus are both types of what?
Yes. Pip got it. I knew
Pip
Pip
had
was
it
gonna
typed
type
even
it.
before I finished reading the question.
She was there.
Yeah, by the
She's
time I
just there,
finished it, it was
man.
gone. Yeah, that was too easy for you, that one. Carl was
there's
on top of that one, but I think straight away. Yeah, Carl was straight away. Pip was straight away.
30-second delay from when Pip typed it to anyone else.
Yeah, well, I've got to look across to the chat to see it's been typed after I read it.
Whoosh.
Concentrated thingies.
Because they're all concentrating
Yeah.
on the rain.
Yeah. And I admit when it rains, there seems to be a lot of concentrated clouds around, yes.
Yep.
Just by coincidence, you know. Yeah. I mean, they're nothing to do with all the rain falling, but.
Anyone know their American politics?
Nope.
That's shit.
It's all right. Blue can win this one.
Blue, you there? Sean?
Blue, you've got Blue, Amy,
There's Blue
Sean.
and Sean, yeah. They should know this. They could know this one, or they should know it.
Whoever's got the most
And whoever else
money
is American.
Okay.
Yeah.
Barack Obama was the senator for which U.S. state?
Yes.
Not a clue.
That one.
Amy and
Oh,
Sean.
Amy and Sean jumped in.
The Donald.
Nobody in the internals got it?
Nope,
No.
I have the faintest idea.
Okay.
We ain't
Yeah, Amy got it. Sean got it.
Massachusetts, Uganda.
Illinois.
Yeah, he was a little annoying. No, it's not pronounced Illinois.
Illinois.
You're being silly now. Yes. After a few drinks.
Okay, the Gobi Desert is in which two countries? You got to name the two countries. Okay.
I think we had that before, and this is wrong.
You're wrong.
That's
Oh dear.
You're wrong.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
You're all wrong.
Oh, it's
Peanuts are wrong too.
Oh,
Sorry, Carl.
yeah. That's getting close.
No, Pip's still wrong.
I'll just
She's
keep
wrong
going.
twice. Who said China and Mongolia? China, Mongolia, China, Russia. Dora. Dora got China, Mongolia.
Yeah.
That one and the one next to it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I always think it's wrong, Russia and Mongolia. But at least points are being wrong twice. Okay. Don't win enough.
Yeah, we know that. Okay, this one's pretty easy. Which Wizard of Oz character needed a heart?
Who's going to get it first?
No.
Oh.
Pip and get him.
Oh, Pip.
Oh.
No,
Oh, me again.
Peter got it first.
I went, oh, bugger, he says it's wrong.
That's what you get for
I know.
starting to type it before he
I
finishes.
don't know.
The ladies are on it. The ladies are
So,
going to
Tin Man right. Tin Man.
Cheaterer.
That was
Amy got that right.
Well done,
First.
Amy.
Yeah.
I made a boo-boo.
Manty.
That's why I hesitate. That's why I hesitated to before I said the character.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're quite right, Gravity Guru. He should get a half a point for that, Terry.
Pip spelt Tin Man wrong with an scarecrow.
She's dyslexic.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my excuse. Pia can use it, so can I.
Yeah, why not?
I'm a dyslexic bilingual.
I'm dyslexic when I type the wrong.
I can't read in
answer.
2 languages.
Jeez, I don't even understand my language, let alone anyone else's.
Oh, we're getting down to the last few.
Yep, that's right, mate. Amy.
No,
I'm not
Alan,
dyslexic,
today?
I'm just stupid.
Oh, it's sort of a car one, but it's to do with F1.
Ah, okay.
Christ,
Mark
okay.
Webber finished his F1 career with which team? Oh, Pip
He
didn't
hasn't
get it
finished,
right
has he?
because I didn't
Yeah,
think
I wouldn't
Ferrari
know
were a
that, no.
team.
He hasn't
Yes,
finished.
they are.
Yes, they
I
are.
Are
thought
they?
he was
Oh,
still
okay.
racing.
But it's not right though.
Okay.
Farmer came in. Scott came in.
They are, strangely enough, like a lot of the teams, not very far from me. Red Bull are in Milton Keynes.
Does it give you wings?
That's
No.
not who he finished his career with.
That drink has no effect on me whatsoever.
Oh,
Except for
I-
that.
that's
Ugh,
it.
that tastes horrible.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, I hate that
But
stuff.
that's where I did my biggest plant room for.
I probably spelled
Alright.
it wrong.
Yeah, that was the big multi-sectional 45-ton plant room that went up on a roof of a test cell building. They were building there.
Yeah, that's how you spell it.
Stu says Reliant Robin.
Oh, if only. Oh, a Reliant Formula One team. That would be. One of your
And
wheels
it'd have-
chopped off. No, it hasn't.
Okay, last 2 questions. In which country? Oh no. Yes, what country? In which country could you kiss the Blarney Stone?
Go on, Pip's there.
Yeah, Pip's in.
I'll type it, but I think Pip's got
Amy's
an
in.
advantage there
Carl's
too.
in. Yep, that's too easy. That one.
Don't you have to be dangled upside down?
Yeah,
to
you
get
have to
to
do
it?
upside down. Over.
Backward. No,
over a
backwards. I
wall.
thought it was backwards. You had to lean.
No, I think some
I think
you've
it's
actually
forward.
you've got to be suspended upside down to be able to get to it or something. It's bloody silly.
Wow, ridiculous.
Bloody bloody silly.
Bloody
Alright.
silly.
Okay, last question. Pip's warming up already with the keys going.
I know. I could hear the keys.
I've just put my fingers on the key.
Yeah, I know. That's cheating.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but that's cheating having your fingers ready because then you can just go
All right,
type.
I'm not on the keyboard.
Sit on your hands or something.
Yeah, okay.
It make no difference.
It will. Which animal caused the death of Cleopatra? Oh!
See? No difference.
Yeah, no difference. No difference. Carl got it in. That's it. Amy got it. Mippet got it. And Pip got it first.
Yeah.
There we go.
The snark.
Right pain in the asp.
That'll do for that. What time? How long have we been going for? Have we got
About
time
foot.
to watch some Shield videos? And any? You haven't done a story, Pip, have you?
No.
okay.
Wednesday will be the next one.
Okay.
But there's hundreds you could pick from.
Is Blue still out there? Because he just dropped on.
He was. Blue, you got a video for us?
I'll find you one, Cherry.
Yeah.
It's just he's done one on the Cavendish.
Yeah, I'll grab 2 or 3 videos in a sec. I've just got to do something here. Ugh. This chair's uncomfortable. I'll be glad when I fix me good chair.
Yeah, I need a chair. I'm sitting in a dining room chair and it's most uncomfortable.
Have you not got one yet, Pip?
No. Yep. No. There's nowhere open to get one. I've nowhere I can drive to anyway.
I picked up mine off the side of the road.
Nothing wrong with a bit of curbside shopping, Terry.
Yeah.
No.
And it was only just put out that very minute because I watched the people put it there, and when I went round the block and came back, it was still there.
3 of my monitors came from the side of the road.
Uh,
Shh, don't tell anyone.
No, I won't tell anyone. You hear that, everyone out there? Don't tell anyone.
Or the van that they're still in the back of.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I've got another chair down the shed. No, that one's not as good. It's still a gas lift comfy chair, but I think that one's the better chair that I've got there. Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
I need a coffee. That's what I need.
Yeah, I might just go and put the kettle on.
Yeah, mine's gone cold. Who's shout? Casual.
Oh, I'll do it, Terry.
Casual will make one.
Yep, casual.
Casual.
Who's casual?
Go and make coffees, Casual.
And come in here.
Just don't say the word that triggers him.
Kind of don't know what ones you've done of mine or not.
Well,
Where
we've
is
caught
Alan?
up. We've caught up to them all.
Where's Alan today?
Alan, what was Alan doing? He
I
said he
could give you
wasn't.
an exclusive, but
He said he wasn't going to be here for the start, but then I don't know what happened after that.
Kara came. I don't know what happened.
Casual, you're wrong. It is your turn. The tab says so.
So besides Blue, who else have we got, Peter? So I've checked the shield your thing. I forget who else has dropped any. I think Anton may have dropped another one.
Yeah, and that other guy that Paul's been talking about dropped one as well the other day. Mr. Everett.
Well, we can find about 4. That went down the wrong way.
I'll need to let you choose because I don't know what you've done or not. How rude you want them to be or not.
Well, we're on Alan's channel, so it doesn't matter, does it?
I missed one the other day. I don't know what you did.
The other day, I can't remember the other day.
I came back shopping and you had finished. And just corn.
Yeah, that's it. One of them. Alright, off we
Oh,
go.
Wade's dropped one. Wade's dropped one not too long ago as well, Terry. I think he dropped that yesterday, like at midnight or something. Wade's Underworld.
Nathan Oakley incites unstable flat earth. Yeah.
Shut up and sit down.
Everett. We're going to
Everett
start watching
Anderson,
Everett's, weren't we?
Yep.
Yeah, we're watching Everett. I'll grab him.
Shut.
Shut.
Grab that one. Close some tabs. I've got too many tabs open. Way too many tabs open here. Rolling up. Bob the Science Guy, Wolfie talks planes, experts debunk. Bob out of the road. Grab blue. One, two. Scrolling. Discovery from the nearest brown dwarf.
Hello, wonderful person.
What's this?
That's for 11 minutes.
Mm.
He talks
Hello,
too,
wonderful person.
he talks too
Hello,
long.
Anton. What's this white stuff they keep talking about in the side chat?
I don't know what they're doing out there.
Something about snow? What's that stuff?
I don't know.
Do you buy it in cans?
How long does that go?
Spray it on windows and stuff, don't you? Is that what they're talking about?
I know at Christmas time, man, we normally get snow in a can to spray on the windows and that.
Yeah.
Well, for decoration for Christmas
We
time.
haven't done a planer walk for a while, so we'll grab a planer.
Ahoy, hoy.
Ahoy, hoy. That might do it.
So a snow plough is just got lots of cans in them, pumping all that snow out.
Oh, Casual, thanks for that coffee. It's just the way I like it.
As long as you put not 2 sugars in mine. Yep, that looks like about it for now. Oh, there's one here about surprising science of the smell of rain.
Yeah, you can smell rain when it's coming.
I don't know, that's okay. There we go.
There's nothing better than the smell of petrichor right after it's rained on the road.
3, 4, 5, and I've got to grab Pip.
Well, personally, I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Oh, of course.
Reminds me of victory.
It smells like victory.
What was I going to do with you, Pip?
Smells like victory.
I love it when he shakes his head in dismay and says, "You know, one day this war's going to end."
Every time I see that, I always wanted him to actually light his stogie off the fire.
That
number
so 67, F something.
Yeah.
Now there are two
of you.
Okay. That one.
It's the sequel to Go the F to Sleep.
What film are you guys talking about?
Apocalypse Now.
Oh. Can't remember.
That whole scene where they go in and attack the village with helicopters, playing Wagner. And I actually managed to track down online a copy of that music with the opera singing, which is very difficult to find. And then if you actually go and watch that on YouTube, where they're doing that part of the opera, and you put the subtitles on, you see what the Valkyrie maidens are singing about. It's utter garbage. I mean, it sounds brilliant, but if you know what they're actually singing about, it's like, really?
Yeah, most operas are nonsensical.
Utter rubbish. Oh, don't go over there. He's put his horse next to yours. Really? Really?
But it sounds good in opera.
Oh, it sounds amazing. But...
Yeah, I've got to do a tutorial somehow I'll probably do it over on Discord, Pip, to show you how easy it is in YouTube Studio. It is to just grab the stream key to stream, like what I was going to do one time.
I told you can have mine anytime you need it.
Yeah. But just in YouTube Studio, and then you can just copy it and paste, just copy and paste it to me, and I just put it into my OBS, and away we go, streaming on your channel.
That's what we did, Jared, last week.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's so easy.
So where are you now, Pip?
You just have to start. You have to press the start and the finish part.
Yeah.
That's the only bit you have to.
We had it set to schedule automatically, so I don't even have to do that.
Oh, the other way. Yeah, I know. I haven't learned how to do that way.
Yeah, it's
1038.
Yay!
Wow. Well, you've reached the goal of the main 1,000. That's it now. It's all downhill. It's all downhill from now.
Awesome.
All downhill from here.
Awesome, Pip.
Yeah.
Super chats.
3, 4, 3, 5, 4, 3. I think 3, 1.
I think 3's 1.
I think, Pip, you ought to do super chats. Anyone want to be shouted at, Pip, just super chat me.
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah, and tell me what you want me to say to you. You make a fortune, darling.
That could get a bit kinky.
You could
I'm not saying that it wouldn't.
1, 2.
It depends how far you want to take it. You can say, nope, not reading that one out.
Okay.
You got to remember though, Pip, that YouTube does still censor super chats.
Okay. Oh, I watched that one earlier today. You can see all these. I don't want to go out, Terry.
Hello, wonderful
No,
person.
I'm not sharing yet. That's
Andrea.
mine
Yes, you are.
too. No, not out there. I'm not.
Is there no Andrea today then?
Yeah, I've got I've got Anton here. That's 3.
I haven't seen Andrea, but
Oh.
She was around. She was on my DMs earlier.
This is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about one of the more mysterious objects very close to the solar system. This is actually one of the closest objects to us, the so-called brown dwarf binary system known as Loman 16. Let's discover what these scientists have recently found here, and welcome to What the Math. So this right here is what's known as a brown dwarf. This is a mysterious object that we don't actually even know how to technically classify. It's not really a planet, it's not really a star, it's basically something in between. So, a brown dwarf. If we were to start right here around planet Earth, and if we were to start looking around the night skies, unfortunately none of these brown dwarfs, even the closest ones to us, would be visible to us. Only the stars produce enough light to actually be seen, but for the most part, most of the brown dwarfs, even the ones that are extremely near us, were only discovered a few years ago by using a telescope that was able to see in the infrared light, because the majority of light produced by these beautiful objects is infrared. Although in some cases they also produce a little bit of visible light, and in some cases they produce radio waves, and even a little bit of X-ray radiation, but in very rare cases. But even though we can definitely see the nearest star to us, Alpha Centauri, we cannot see the nearest brown dwarf, which is only a little bit farther away. I'm going to show you where it's sort of located, it's somewhere over there, but it's basically going to be invisible simply because it's barely producing any light at all. And there are actually 2 different brown dwarfs here. They're known as Loman 16, and they're actually named after the scientists who discovered them back in the days, and not so long ago actually, back in 2013, and here you can kind of start seeing them orbiting around one another. A single orbit here takes about 27 years, and the distance between them is equivalent to about 3.5 times the distance of the Sun to planet Earth, so this is obviously kind of accelerated in terms of time. Now each of these objects is slightly different though. We have the slightly larger and slightly more massive Loman 16A, and then we have its partner, slightly smaller and slightly less massive Loman 16B. The first object is about 33 masses of Jupiter, the second object is roughly around 28 masses of Jupiter. But both of them, for the most part, have, well, I would say relatively similar size. However, they do have very different appearance. So the smaller object, 16b here, this is kind of what we were able to recreate using the amount of light that was received from this object, mostly infrared light. But essentially it does have unusual, large, patchy, dark areas, which we think represent clouds. Basically here there seems to be quite a lot of atmospheric activities, a lot of clouds, a lot of different possible storms, possibly somewhat similar to what Jupiter has with its so-called Great Red Spot. So this is maybe what's happening here, although we're still not entirely sure. However, its partner, Lomon 16a, has not been observed to possess similar luminosity differences, suggesting that maybe it doesn't have similar unusual conditions, similar atmospheric storms or whatever is causing these observations. And on top of that, we've never actually seen any kind of X-ray or radio signals coming from these two objects, suggesting that, well, pretty much all brown dwarfs are kind of unique and possibly need to be classified even further. Now, in terms of the actual temperature, for example, these objects are actually kind of hot. The surface temperature here, just like right here where we are, is around 1000 degrees Celsius, or about 1900 degrees Fahrenheit. And since both objects are relatively similar in mass, they probably possess very similar temperature. So the fact that they do seem to have different conditions on the surface is a little bit mysterious. Also, compared to all of the other stars that are near us, these two are actually kind of young, I mean, in comparison. They are only about 600 to maybe 800 million years old, which is about like 8 times younger than our own sun, and also much younger than Alpha Centauri as well. But since we're not even entirely sure how brown dwarfs are created, because their actual origins are still mysterious, we're not really sure where it came from and what created it. But one thing we know about brown dwarfs is that they are actually really different. Some of them are pretty hot and they can even create their own energy using the fusion of deuterium, which is one of the isotopes of hydrogen. And some of the larger brown dwarfs can even start fusing lithium and produce even more energy. So for these two objects, we actually think that they do create some of the energy using deuterium, which is probably why they're so hot. But since these are actually the closest brown dwarfs to us at a distance of about 6.5 light years, only a little bit farther away from Proxima Centauri, it actually presents us with a very interesting opportunity to study brown dwarfs in more detail, and it's actually kind of interesting to find out more about these objects, because we've been also discovering a lot of super interesting brown dwarfs out there. And in case you were wondering why it actually took us so long to discover these two objects, one of the main reasons is actually because they're sort of located where it's very difficult to see them. They're pointed in such a way that the so-called galactic bulge that you see right there covers most of their light. So we discovered them completely by accident, and using other telescopes, a lot of other similar brown dwarfs were discovered later. But for the most part, these objects are still pretty dim, even though in this particular simulation you can kind of see them a little bit better. Here, at a distance of only a few million kilometers, they basically kind of disappear and become almost completely invisible. But now there's a new discovery coming from these two objects, and it's from this paper right here. And the discovery suggests that the first object, Lomon 16a, that we didn't really see anything special about before, does seem to possess the so-called stripes. What this means is that it's very likely somewhat similar to Jupiter in the way that it looks. In other words, it has these bands on the surface, these stripes that create various cloud covers, and one of the reasons we probably didn't see anything unusual about it before is that these particular stripes are basically not creating any patchy cloud-like formations and don't really create any storms. So in other words, it's sort of like, I guess, looking at Jupiter with the exception of not really having this great red spot. And also the other major difference is of course that this object is much hotter. Here the temperatures would basically make this object glow just a little bit. Now I was actually kind of wondering, so why is it that we've discovered it now but couldn't really see it before? And the main reason here, or the main answer, is what these scientists looked at now. Originally they were just looking at the light, and these patches were quite easily visible simply because essentially they produced a lot less infrared light compared to everything else on the planet, or on the brown dwarf. But now they decided to take a look at something a little bit different. They were looking at the polarized light. And you might know a lot about this already, but if you don't, essentially, well, light in general can be sort of twisted in different directions. This is what we refer to as polarized light, and this is how polarized glasses work. In essence, you can kind of turn the actual wavelength of light, as you can see in this particular simulation, and certain objects, certain environments can actually polarize light when it's being created or when something emits light. So for example, if you were to pass a typical ray of light through some sort of a medium that creates polarization, even things like clouds, for example, what comes out on the other end is going to have different inclination, it's going to have different polarization, and this polarization can easily be measured here on Earth. This is actually how we discover, for example, the magnetism of very strong magnetars or neutron stars, because they also polarize light as it passes through certain locations. So essentially, light polarization is a very well known and also quite well studied phenomenon. And by capturing the polarized infrared light coming from these two beautiful, unusual, mysterious giants, we were then able to see that, well, one of them, Lomon 16A, was actually producing a lot of polarization, but in a very specific, very unique way, as if these polarization patterns were actually formed by basically stripes. So it was kind of like striped polarized light. And this of course suggested that it's very similar to what we can see from our neighbor Jupiter. So essentially the effects produced on Jupiter are very similar to the effects produced on Lomon 16A, which of course suggests that it probably looks the same, or at least very, very similar. Now, so this is just the appearance of the planet. We obviously have no idea about other things in it, like for example, we still don't really exactly know what it's made out of, but theory suggests that it's probably not very different from Jupiter as well. So, in other words, the Lomon 16A seems to be a planet with stripes, or at least most of the stripes, whereas Lomon 16B seems to be the one with most great spots or great storms. They both have somewhat strange and kind of different weather effects, and this is something that I think scientists would really like to understand. The objects are very similar to each other, they're only slightly different in mass. So what causes these differences in terms of weather conditions is something that scientists would love to understand. And one of the comparisons that I've heard someone make is that it's kind of similar to how the weather or the climatic conditions on Venus and Earth are also different. So the differences here, even though the two planets are kind of the same, through minor changes over time create these absolutely different conditions on the surface, and basically, well, one of them has life and allowed the life to evolve for billions of years, the other one becomes this really, really hot, hellish, inhospitable place that nothing can survive on. So the differences between Lomon 16A and B could be just as dramatic. And on top of that, the analysis so far suggests that there's probably, due to the temperatures, also some really insane weather conditions, like for example, liquid silicate rain, basically rock. It could be raining rock here, which would probably not make this a very nice place to visit. So visiting this object is most likely out of the question, but visiting nearby locations and studying brown dwarfs is definitely something we want to do. But unfortunately, that's really the only discovery so far about these two unusual objects. But then again, we've only found them roughly around 7 years ago from when I'm making this video, so there's still a lot to study and understand about them. And once the beautiful James Webb Telescope becomes operational, I'm sure we'll be able to learn so much more about them. But we're also going to talk about other very interesting discoveries about brown dwarfs in some of the future videos, so make sure to subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe come back tomorrow to learn something you may have not known before. Also, maybe support this channel on Patreon, it does help me quite a lot. And alternatively, you can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt that you can also find in the description below. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
So what he's saying is they actually have real hailstones.
Yeah, heavy ones.
Yeah. Real stones raining down.
Oh, bugger.
Did Anton put the peanuts to sleep?
Probably. No, they're voting.
It can have that effect.
Oh.
3 can't win again. Technically.
Why not?
Or didn't 3 win last time?
Yeah, but now there'll be another 3, won't
Oh, okay.
there? Logically.
2, 3, 4, 3,
Definitely.
1, 2, 3.
Looks like 3.
Again?
Yep.
3 wins again.
3. It's a magic number.
Apparently.
Way for 40.
Three. 2, 3. Who did you protect, Elmo?
What?
Predict somebody. You said waiting for Hoy.
No.
Ah.
I went and got myself a banana and a coffee.
Okay.
A banana coffee.
Yum.
A coffee.
A boffy.
I got a black coffee with sugar because I run out of milk.
That's how all coffee should be drunk.
What? Without running out without milk?
Well, black.
Oh.
Depends if it's real coffee or if it comes from a tin.
Oh no, even out of a jar, putting milk in just ruins it.
It adds creaminess to it. Takes the bitterness away.
Let's play.
Ahoy hoy, I'm Planetwalk, and today we are addressing the rest of D Marble's video that I looked at in my last video. So to recap the last video, D Marble failed to explain seasons on a flat Earth, and he would use maps which he would claim would be flat Earth maps, but were actually just projections of a globe, and he would use unfounded assertions. He still has 15 minutes left in his video, so I will be cutting quite a bit out to save on time. But anyway, let's get into it.
Here, I'm going to show you once again my trip to Alaska. You've probably seen this already, and just wanted to show you again that whole clockwise circuit. That's what I went there to prove, actually. You saw that tower there. You see the sun moving off into the distance, and then what we just saw there. There was points where the sun was off in the distance and then came right back. So simultaneously saw sunset and sunrise at within hours of each other. So
D Marble and I must have been watching a completely different video because I did not notice the sunset. The sun was above the horizon the whole time. Sure, it went behind a hill at one point, but I don't count that as sunset. Also, everything seen in that video is expected on a globe.
Anyone on Earth that could see the sun, okay, from anywhere on Earth, I could see the sun at the exact same time that they could. Okay, so right now, what we're looking at right now, this picture, seeing the sun in the distance at 1 a.m., the sun was actually over the Middle East, or what's called the Middle East. It was noon Eastern Africa time.
Again, all this is perfectly explained on the globe. No need to make up a flat Earth model. In fact, if you were to sell a ring laser gyroscope for about $20,000, you could go to Antarctica and experience the exact same thing that you experienced in Alaska. And the flat Earth model struggles to explain that, whereas the globe Earth model not only explains it, it actually predicts that that should happen.
And to me, in my opinion, the way that the Earth is set up observably, how the North Pole star Polaris stays in one spot seemingly, and we're told that it moves from time to time, or that another star has been the North Star and all that. We haven't experienced that, but we've been told that.
Oh yes, to see a different North Star for yourself, all you have to do is, I don't know, live 1,000 years. But the North Star being in the same place doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. It just means that it's really far away. But what about the southern celestial pole? Isn't that an issue for the flat Earth? He doesn't even bother to try and explain that. It's like it's impossible on a flat Earth or something.
We see the stars in these time lapses all make these concentric circles around the North Star, and that, in my opinion, would be an ideal place for the Creator to sit and look down on the Earth.
Now, I'm not religious, but isn't God supposed to be outside of space and time or something like that? I mean, some people even say that he's everywhere. Why does he need to sit in a particular spot? Or maybe he does sit in a particular spot and he actually sits over the southern celestial pole to try and get away from all the flat earthers.
If you can make it to Alaska this summer at some point, I'd encourage you to do so.
D-Marble, if you could make it to Antarctica at any point, I would encourage you to do so. In fact, I'd love to go in 2021.
Again, just a brief view of what that looked like. Okay, I kept my camera locked onto the sun, showed that the sun was making a 360-degree circuit around the North Pole.
But what about the videos in Antarctica showing the sun making a 360-degree circuit around the South Pole? And you don't have to take my word for it, you could go there for yourself and film it. If you don't have the money, I'm sure Bob from Globebusters would be happy to help.
Now let's talk a little bit about your visual perspective on a flat Earth.
Ah, perspective, the word that is bound to make any flat earther wet. Wait, what?
Now this is an example of a little art project that we've all probably done, an art project, something like this. And this is from like a 6th grade art class, something like that. And this is the point perspective. Okay, what you would do, you would draw a point, on the paper, and then all the lines, the lines from the street, the lines from the sidewalk, the lines from the buildings, they would all converge into the vanishing point. And a lot of us remember taking this class and actually doing this project. At least I know I do.
And I'll do you one better. In grade 7, I learnt about 2-point perspective. And in grade 9, I learnt that it was very annoying that the Earth wasn't flat because perspective wasn't quite enough to cover up the things in the distance that should really be over the horizon by now. Although it was primarily because Google SketchUp didn't play very well with curved surfaces. Anyway, the point is that I didn't decide to just drop out of school at the end of grade 6. I actually continued my education. And because I continued my education, about 2 years ago, I have figured out a formula for perspective. And that formula is 360 times height divided by distance over 2 pi. Of course, the trigonometry version, the arctan of height over distance, is far better and more simplified, but give me credit, I did work out a formula for perspective by myself. And when you really think about it, half of my equation is just converting from radians to degrees, so it really could just be height over distance. Now the formula that I came up with wasn't exactly the best formula. It does give a good approximation on objects that are small and far away, but objects that are large and close, not so much. But it is a damn sight better than whatever I've heard from any flat earthers. So the moral of the story here is basically try to use something that's beyond 6th grade. I know that may be hard for some flat earthers, but you can do it. Okay, maybe you can't.
Why would they have us do this art project this way? Well, that's because that's how your eyes really work. In reality, your eyes function just the same way. Your vision is shaped like a cone, if that makes any sense, okay?
So the reason why they get you to do things this way is because as things get further into the distance, they take up less space in your field of view. And this is not exclusive to the human eye. This also applies to cameras as well, which is what a drawing is usually trying to mimic.
Wherever you look, there's a point out in the distance, and all lines converge into that point. Okay, just like if you're standing in this hallway. This is the hallway, I believe, of a cruise ship. Now you're standing in this hallway and you're looking down and you see the walls going inward, you see the floor, it seems to be going upward, and the ceiling seems to be going downward. And you know that the hallway is the exact same size at the other end, but your perspective shows you that the further away that all the, you know, the distance is, as things get further away from you, the smaller they become, and they all converge into the vanishing point.
Now, here's an important point. Parallel lines going away from someone will never actually converge. They may appear to converge, but only when they are unresolvable from one another. Now, the part that I like about all this is this can all be figured out with maths. You don't have to make any guesswork of, oh yeah, it looks like this, so therefore it is this. And using the maths, you can determine if two objects are resolvable at any given distance. And D-Marble actually uses the maths! Just kidding, I wanted to see how many people would have heart attacks if I said that.
Alright, here's another example of street lights. You know all these street lights are the same height, same distance apart, but as they go away, they look like they're getting lower on the horizon. So what I did, I took sunset. What I used to do after work every now and then, I'd go to a nice relaxing spot, watch the sunset, and I've done live streams from this place, and I would record the sunset, okay? And it becomes blatantly obvious to anyone with sense that I was sitting still, and obviously it's the sun that's moving, it's not the earth that's moving. So what I did, I kind of faded the picture of the street lights with the sunset just to show the exact same thing. The sun maintains a constant altitude, and as it goes into the distance, it appears to set into the horizon, but it just goes further out of your view to a point to where you just can't see it anymore, and it takes its light with it. So that's pretty much how that works.
Except there's a flaw in your video, and that flaw is so glaringly obvious. Let me point it out. So I hope that illustrated it. If it didn't, let me spell it out for you. When the sun is overhead, it travels at a normal velocity. As it gets further away, it mysteriously seems to speed up for some reason. And you can tell it's speeding up because it gets past more and more streetlights in a shorter amount of time. However, in reality what's happening is it's just appearing to move 15 degrees per hour. Kinda like Bob's gyro. Wonder what's up with that. Also, another very important thing is that when people take photos of the sun using a solar filter on their camera, the sun does not change in angular size. If it was getting further away, that would be something we would expect to see happen. But we don't.
And let's cover this.
Fantastic. Oh yes, I remember that video. Greater Sapien did a lovely job addressing it, didn't he? I am going to skip over this part of the video because you do give a brief summary, and the brief summary is what is important.
What we experienced there was an example of what we're seeing here. Okay, it is possible that, well, here, you just have to imagine.
When someone says you just have to imagine, that doesn't sound good.
From your perspective.
Oh no, it just got worse.
On the plane.
I think D-Marble just ironically summed it up perfectly. You just have to imagine from your perspective on the plane. Because the only way that Flat Earth makes any sense is in your imagination.
It was 6:06 a.m. where Luke was, high noon where I was at, the sun was high in the sky, and then it was sunset at the exact same time where Matt was. But you also recognize that it makes sense that we were all standing on a level surface. We're all standing on a level surface at 90 degrees looking at the same sun, and the sun's at a constant altitude. Matt's watching the sun go down, the sun's above my head, Luke's watching the sun come up. Okay? Nobody was upside down.
You had three people there. You could have definitively measured the angle of the sun on a flat Earth and figured out how high it should be. Then I would be able to take your calculations and show you that it still doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. Because I've figured out that if the sun is only 1,000 kilometers high, then it should never be anywhere near setting on a flat Earth. Even if it's only 500 kilometers high, it should never be setting on a flat Earth. And the lower that you want to put it in the sky, then the problem about its angular size just gets worse. Although that is assuming that you're able to measure the height of the sun on a flat Earth, because people have tried to do that, and they're never able to. At least not when they have more than 2 people. When more than 2 people are involved, like when Slice Barcane measured it with about, I think it was 10 or more people, then it is found that the sun is a long distance away and the angles can only be explained on a globe. So I'm sorry, but your observations make far more sense on a globe.
So it just depends on your perspective and your position on the plane.
Okay, if that is true, then answer me this. Why is it that at 6 PM on the Tropic of Capricorn during the southern summer solstice, can you see the sun, but at the North Pole, you cannot? Just by using the Pythagorean theorem, you can show that you are further away from the sun than the North Pole. So, what's going on there?
Does that make sense? I really hope that makes sense.
No, that doesn't make sense. You should really get someone to make sure it makes sense before you upload the video rather than having it as a question within the video.
Reality makes more sense when you can understand the progression of the seasons, when you understand the movement of the sun, and understand the perspective and the way that your vision works.
Funnily enough, I actually do agree with D-Marble on this point. It's just a shame that flat earthers understand none of those things. Now, in the last video, at the beginning, I said, because this is for newcomers, I expect it to be convincing, and I hoped that D-Marble would not disappoint me. He disappointed me. I mean, why would anybody be convinced by fucking wee? Also, a number of people realize that he barely has any comments on his videos, and the comments that he does have all seem to agree with him, and there's a perfectly reasonable and rational explanation for this. He holds all comments for review and only approves comments that agree with him. That's it. But anyway, that is it for another video. I would like to give a big shout out to my $20 or more patrons: What Jesus, Holmes, Hugh Jars, MC Nutkin, Wolfie, Stringer News 1, Ash Panache, Curtis Reynolds, and Maury. If you want to support me financially, you can do so on Patreon. But anyway, I will see you in the next video. Between you and me, thank you for watching.
And D-Marble's got it so wrong it hurts.
Tell me about it.
Oh my God. It just goes away. Really? How come I can't see it if I climb a mountain then? If the plane was flat, I'd still see it.
But that's because it's gone away.
Well,
somewhere.
Where?
You already said, farmers, that that Jeranism said that even if he was given a free trip to the ISS, that he wouldn't go of fear of being killed. I just wonder how many of the other flat earthers out there would refuse a trip to the ISS. You know,
which is madness. I mean, I'd be yep, righto, yes please, thank you very much. Do for
If
me.
I want a free trip to the thing, I'd pretend I was a flat earther.
well, yeah. Oh well, the second thing I'd be doing is working out how I'm going to get there right after I drop the kids off at Mum's place. You know, it's you got to go to Mum's. I'm going somewhere. I'll take pictures. Yeah, it really interests me how many of them would just turn around and say, no, I don't want to go. Maybe that's something we can work out. We'll sit down and We'll do a GoFundMe to get the money so that we can get a trip to the ISS for them.
Did you just say gay fund me?
The GoFundMe.
The Go for Fund Me.
The GoFundMe, yeah. And then get submissions from each of the flat earthers who wants to go. And then send Blue.
Oh, yes, I'd love to go up, but I'm fairly certain I wouldn't pass the physicals.
I'd just tell them if I died up there to send me around in orbit. I'd be happier than ever.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so much cheaper than a grave. What a wonderful view for the rest of your death.
Yep.
I get them to make me go down through the atmosphere, but make sure they aim me at Riley's house.
Boom.
Yeah.
Oh, does that mean the 2 wins? Jinx, you, Carl, and John.
Yep.
Wish I could type as fast as Pip. Without spelling errors.
It's the trick.
Go back to me 40 words a minute typing, I'd be alright.
That's what voice to text is for, Terry.
Oh yeah, I could do that here.
Yeah.
What did you just get for that? 2.
And sit down.
That's loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard that music before.
Internal theatre.
There is only one horizon
Pardon?
that they claim.
Internal video.
Yeah, we're not seeing it.
OBS on your screen.
We've just got ABS.
Oh, I got the wrong share. There we go. I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry.
That you can measure to, and that's the geometric horizon. Remember this. You will never be able to see this geometric horizon. You will never be able to measure to this geometric horizon. They will always change it to an apparent horizon. Remember, all horizons are apparent. Apparent means that you can fucking see it with your eyes, you fucking retards. You're so fucking filthy, sick, fucking retarded. It goes beyond measure. You have had your mind skull fucked beyond recognition. The laughing that is going on behind your backs, you silly little fucking monkeys, is beyond measure. They are literally laughing at you. They have convinced you that you live on a ball. Floating through space is a fucking accident. That's how fucking stupid you are. And then when you realize that you're living on a flat earth plane that is enclosed with a fucking dome, you will shit your fucking pants. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
well,
coming,
yeah,
baby.
yeah.
It's coming. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. You lie, you pretend, you whatever the fuck you want to do. But most of all, I think the most that you should do, hold on a second. I got something for you. There it is.
A horizon that we cannot see and does not exist in reality. However, it's definitely labelled horizon in your model. It's describing something that should be a demarcation between land and sea. That's what a horizon is. It's labelled as such. However, it does not exist beyond the labelling of a horizon in your geometric
Make your model work. Don't talk about our model. I don't even have a fucking model, you fucking monkeys. Make me fucking have a ball that's floating inside of a fucking vacuum chamber with a fucking water stick sticking to it while it spins around. Show that to me, you fucking punk bitch motherfuckers. Show it to me. You can't.
Nice.
All you can do is computer-generated imagery and some fucking piece of shit that fucking blah, 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 blah. I'm smart, adjust my tie, went to PhD, got everything. Yeah. I know this, you don't know that. You just don't understand. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. You cannot make a demonstration of a fucking model with a ball inside of a vacuum container holding water to it while it spins with the water held to it, and added to that have a moon spin around it. You just can't, you filthy fucking liars. No science behind it, but you say the word science, and somehow you seem to think that you know what science is. You're a bunch of fucking sellouts. You're fucking traitors to the human race. You're fucking less than a cockroach. You're a fucking squish under my fucking heel. You don't even have guts to come out of you because you're gutless fucking curs.
How do my nuts taste? How do my balls taste? Do my balls taste nice? How do they taste? Enjoy my salty nuts, you coward. You have to talk through this, don't you, you coward? And I...
Yes, enjoy my salty nuts, you fucking coward. I fucking love it!
Of it. It's the death of your model, Rumpus. Enjoy the taste of my balls. You're talking through me, aren't you, Fundy? That's all you can do while I...
Maybe what you can do is create a fake virus, and all the Illuminati fucking goofballs that are fucking running this world and fucking destroying everything, maybe they can fucking shit themselves in their seats right now. Shit coming out of their asses! Puke coming out of their fucking mouths. Lies and puke and shit. Because that's what they are. Just piles of quivering lies and puke and shit. You should all be fucking executed. You can't see the geometric horizon. It's the apparent horizon. But no, the apparent horizon you can't measure to. But you can't see the geometric horizon. But if you can't see the geometric horizon, how the fuck are you going to measure the geometric horizon, you fucking retard? How the fuck are you going to physically measure a geometric horizon that you cannot see? And then tell everybody that you know the fucking distance. When your R value is based on a geometric horizon for the radius of the Earth. R value meaning radius of the Earth. You fucking retards. What Nathan Oakley is using is called real science. What you have been misguided to believe in real science is called pseudoscience.
There is no rebuttal to this. It's the end of heliocentrism. That's why we've got this little dance. Because it's the death of the globe.
That's how fucking deep the cock went into your brain. And how bad you were skull fucked. Did you hear what he said? They're fighting for a horizon that's a horizon. It can't be a horizon. Like, what don't you get, man? It's game over, Globe. Go get fucking skull fucked somewhere else. We're done with you fucking idiots. Everybody right now that has an inkling of what is going on right now should be fucking enraged. I mean angry as fuck. Because you have been fucking lied to and your entire life is a fucking lie. It's a filthy fucking lie. And if you think they stopped with
evangelist or
Ball Earth, you think they didn't go after religion and fucking dinosaurs and the rest of it, you deserve your fate. You earned it. You should all be fucking executed. You should all be fucking executed. You should all be fucking executed. You should all be fucking executed.
What the hell is this you're listening to, Terry?
That was Everett Anderson.
Oh yes, he does seem to find the worst.
The disasters.
The absolute nutters.
God,
Come on,
yeah.
that guy's a bit of
That's
a weirdo.
vile.
I think someone
Why-
took the
why does
sweets
that-
away.
Why does that make me remember about when Arwen had his somewhat breakdown on a live stream?
Was he like that, was he?
Exactly the same.
Kill them all.
I couldn't understand
poor
a word he
Arwen.
was saying with all the expletives all the way through it.
I know.
Yeah, but did you know what's happening though? That's the thing. If you knew what was happening, you'd be in a rage like he is. I would be if my dealer gave me them sort of drugs. He really does need to change his supplier. That's bad. Sorry, mate. That's Ajax just snorting there.
Casual
mate.
wants us to explain it to him what we just watched.
We don't know Casual.
Not
We're
entirely sure ourselves. To be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
So you need to lobotomize yourself with a auger, and then we might be able to explain. I think, because at this point I can't.
Well, you see, at some point you've got people like Riley and Ranty and Nathan Oakley and stuff like that pretend they're flat earthers and get money, you know, like the attention. And then you've got people like that fellow there who really believe the shit and are passionate about it.
Yeah.
So what would happen? And like, let's be honest, there are people out there that actually do believe it like that, like. But there's all of these people out there that have been lying to them, and if we were to, you know, if all the people that are lying, bald-faced lying, his feet were held to the fire, and they were to turn around and say, "Oh no, well actually, you guys are all just suckers." You know, how many of these individuals out there that are mentally unstable would just go around and visit all of these Rileys, Oakleys, and or whatever, and sort them out themselves? You know what I mean? Like, they would absolutely. The poor people that are following them and believe every word they say, believe them without a doubt in their mind. You know, they are unstable. They are mentally unstable, unfortunately.
It makes me want to start a new petition to go, well, we should be putting these people back into institutions instead of closing the institutions down like they did years ago and let them all loose.
Well, I still want to know how Sleeping Warrior can, under his description of his videos that he puts them up as science and education.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, you know how you've got that description of when you put the video up? He puts them up as science and education. Now, how the hell can he get away with that? If he was to write the word satire in there, not a problem. But science and education, I don't think the closest he got to science was putting salt in water, for crying out loud. You know, there's no education value in what he does unless you need to get a larger vocabulary in how to swear at someone.
Just thought I'd better mention too, that's not the typical tone of most of Everett's videos. That's a rare,
no.
That's an unusual one.
Yeah.
Most of his videos are very lighthearted and very funny. So don't let that turn you off going to Everett's channel and checking his stuff out.
I've been following him for ages.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
Nice. And I think it was you that have said it before, that one of the best things about his stuff is, generally speaking, it's in that 5 to 10 minute mark. So it's really nice and easy to watch.
About,
You don't
usually between 5 and 7 minutes. Yeah, some are a bit longer, but yeah. Did you see the one about the flat earther that thought the aliens were coming?
Oh my God.
And he had the picture, he had the globe hanging from a stick, and he was turning it around and saying 12 hours of sunlight in Africa, 12 hours in Australia, 12 hours in South America. It adds up to 48 hours, but there's only 24 hours in a day.
Ow, my brain hurt then.
Yeah.
What about the rest of the week? Doesn't it count those days either?
Doesn't the sun doesn't work on Sundays.
Stan doesn't work on Sundays.
Sundays is the sun's day off, man.
Oh yeah, it mustn't work on a Sunday. It's a Sabbath, isn't it? So you don't count those 24 hours. Or 2 plus 2, 12.
Yeah. See, of course, the sun can only set in South Australia here when it's it can only rise in South Australia once it's set in Victoria. It can't be in both places at the same time.
I was always wondering how that.
It can't set there until I've finished with it.
Yeah,
that's strange. That
I want to know, Terry, when we have daylight savings and we have the sun for an extra hour.
You get it for an extra hour, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, bloody hell!
Extra
Who misses out?
Yeah, well, where's that hour go? Where's that hour come from?
That's amazing. That. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better instead of all of us setting our clocks back? Wouldn't that be easier just to rotate the Earth forward 1 hour?
Yeah, that'd make more sense. That would make more
Hang
sense.
on a minute. You guys have lost 2 hours because you're only 9 hours ahead of us now instead of 11. Where did those 2 hours go? My God.
What happens is you gained an hour, but then you stole an hour from us to gain an hour, and that's the 2 hours, man.
Oh, like 5 divided by 0.
That's it.
Oh, I see. And you still have 5 zeros. How cool.
Yes, it goes like this. If I've got 2 ice creams and you've got 2 ice creams.
Yeah.
And I took your and I took your ice creams. How many ice creams are there left?
Are they chocolate or strawberry?
Yeah.
Haven't you heard this one of Riley's, the ice creams?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Riley does ice cream math as well. It's not just triangle math. He does ice cream math as well.
Well, you can't do triangle math.
And coins.
It's, the two ice creams and 2 ice creams adds up to no ice creams.
Right.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll have to drag that one out for you.
The coin one.
The coin one, yeah. Oh, the coin one. That's a classic.
What was the coin one again?
Well, if I had 5 coins, and
so if I give my 5 coins out to no people.
Oh, that's
so
right.
If I divide my 5 coins by nothing, I've still got my 5 coins.
Therefore, 5 divided by 0 is 5. Right.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Dora said press play.
Yeah. Come on. What have you got for us now, Terry?
The blue.
Oh, yeah.
Hello everybody and welcome to Blue Marble Science. The Cavendish experiment. I know many of you have heard of the Cavendish experiment and know of it, but what was it really? And who was Henry Cavendish? Well, Cavendish was an English natural philosopher and a scientist. He lived in the 1700s and early 1800s. He was a fellow of the Royal Society of London, and he's most famous for a couple of things. One, the discovery of the element hydrogen, but maybe much more importantly, his work in determining the density of the Earth. This experiment has always fascinated me. The fact that Henry Cavendish could conduct this experiment in the late 1700s and determine the density of the Earth, hence the mass of the Earth, and if you just take one more small step, you have the universal gravitational constant. And Cavendish was able to arrive at a value that was within 1% of the accepted value we use today. Now, I can describe the experiment in my words, but I think Cavendish did such a wonderful job in the paper that he published, we should probably just read his words. The title of the paper is Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, Fellow of the Royal Society, and A.S. Now, I've talked to a number of people, and we've yet to understand what A.S. really means. Maybe one of you can help us out. But this paper was read at the Royal Society on June the 21st, 1798. Many years ago, the late Reverend John Michell of this society contrived a method of determining the density of the earth by rendering sensible the attraction of small quantities of matter. But as he was engaged in other pursuits, he did not complete the apparatus till a short time before his death, and did not live to make any experiments with it. After his death, the apparatus came to Reverend Francis John Hyde Wollaston, Jacksonian professor at Cambridge, who, not having conveniences for making experiments with it in the manner he could wish, was so good as to give it to me. The apparatus is very simple. It consists of a wooden arm 6 feet long, made so as to unite great strength with little weight. The arm is suspended in a horizontal position by a slender wire 40 inches long, and to each extremity is hung a leaden ball about 2 inches in diameter. The whole is enclosed in a narrow wooden case to defend it from the wind. As no more force is required to make this arm turn round on its center than what is necessary to twist the suspending wire, it is plain that if the wire is sufficiently slender, the most minute force, such as the attraction of a leaden weight a few inches in diameter, will be sufficient to draw the arm sensibly aside. The weights which Mr. Michell intended to use were 8 inches diameter. One of these was to be placed on one side of the case opposite to one of the balls, and as near as it could conveniently be done, and the other on the other side opposite to the other ball, so that the attraction of both of these weights would conspire in drawing the arm aside. And when its position, as affected by these weights, was ascertained, the weights were to be removed to the other side of the case so as to draw the arm the contrary way, and the position of the arm was to be again determined, and consequently half the difference of these positions would show how much the arm was drawn aside by the attraction of the weights. In order to determine from hence the density of the earth, it is necessary to ascertain what force is required to draw the arm aside through a given space. This Mr. Michell intended to do by putting the arm in motion and observing the time of its vibrations, from which it may easily be computed. Now there's a footnote that says Mr. Coulomb has, in a variety of cases, used a contrivance of this kind for trying small attractions, but Mr. Michell informed me of his intention of making this experiment and of the method he intended to use before the publication of any of Mr. Coulomb's experiments. Mr. Michell had prepared 2 wooden stands on which the leaden weights were to be supported and pushed forward till they came almost in contact with the case, but he seems to have intended to move them by hand. As the force with which these balls are attracted by these weights is excessively minute, not more than 1/50,000,000th of their weight, it is plain that a very minute disturbing force will be sufficient to destroy the success of the experiment. And from the following experiments it will appear that the disturbing force most difficult to guard against is that arising from the variations of heat and cold. For if one side of the case is warmer than the other, the air in contact with it will be rarefied and in consequence will ascend, while that on the other side will descend and produce a current which will draw the arm sensibly aside. As I was convinced of the necessity of guarding against this source of error, I resolved to place the apparatus in a room which should remain constantly shut, and to observe the motion of the arm from without by means of a telescope, and to suspend the leaden weights in a manner that I could move them without entering the room. This difference in the manner of observing rendered the necessity to make some alteration to Mr. Michell's apparatus. and as there were some parts of it which I thought not so convenient as could be wished, I chose to make the greatest part of it afresh. Cavendish continues in a great deal of detail, and you'll find a link to this entire paper in the description. Let's take a look at what the experiment actually looked like. The room Cavendish talked about is shown here. There are the walls and the roof of the room, and this is to prevent rapid changes in temperature, which Cavendish thought would be the greatest source of error. The actual apparatus is this wooden enclosure inside the box, and inside the enclosure is the torsion beam, a very slender wooden rod at the bottom, hanging from a torsion wire that you see there, and that torsion wire can be twisted or moved to adjust its position from the outside of the room. The small masses are suspended from both ends of the beam in cavities at each end of the apparatus. The large masses hang from a beam at the top, which can be rotated from the outside. That eliminated Cavendish needing to go inside the room to change the position of the large weights. On both sides of the room, Cavendish had telescopes, and those telescopes were designed to look through small windows in both ends of the apparatus at a vernier, which is the way Cavendish made the measurements. And all of that was illuminated by lanterns just above each of the telescopes. Now, looking at a top view of the apparatus, you see again the enclosure and the small masses that are suspended from the torsion beam at each end. The large masses are also suspended from a beam that can rotate, and in the position that you see them currently, the large masses are attracting the small masses and causing the torsion beam to twist in a counterclockwise direction. When those masses are moved, the large masses, if they rotate to that position, now they attract the opposite sides of the small masses, and now the torsion beam wants to twist in a clockwise direction. It's a very simple process. And this is an experiment that's repeated hundreds and hundreds of times every year in universities all over the world. I want to try to replicate this experiment as closely as possible to what Cavendish did originally. Now, some of that is not totally practical because Cavendish used extremely large masses. He used 350-pound masses for his large mass. And that's just beyond my capability of being able to handle it. But I think I can handle something on the order of, say, 75 pounds. I think we can build a test apparatus that is very similar to the one Cavendish used. And I think we should do that. I think we can perform the test exactly the way Cavendish performed his tests. We might cheat a little bit and add a laser just to verify the accuracy of our manual measurements. But I think using the method that Cavendish used, we should be able to obtain results that are similar in accuracy. Now, the beauty of the Cavendish experiment is simply this. It confirms that Sir Isaac Newton was absolutely correct. Mass does actually attract other mass. And if we take it just a little bit further, we can easily calculate the universal gravitational constant. I think this is a great opportunity for us to go through the intricacies of designing and performing a test like this. There's a lot more to it than simply floating an egg in salt water and then making measurements that you don't understand.
Exactly.
I really think this is going to be a lot of fun. Hey, thanks for watching. And stay tuned, folks. We're going to get into the details. Hey, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons down there. There's a link to the Patreon, but in the weeks to come, I'll tell you some ways that you can help support this effort. Until then, you guys take care, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, well, I was partially helping BM Furball set up the experiment that he did for the Cavendish from its inception
Oh, yeah.
right through, and I'll have to tell Blue. I'll ask Blue, would he mind if I give him a bit of a hand, since it helped Furball through.
Oh, I'm sure he'd appreciate that. And I can understand him not wanting to use £350 weights.
Yeah, I'm
Bloody
thinking
hell.
that'd be a bit heavy, wouldn't it?
It takes some moving.
I'll just lift this one over here. Oh, no, I won't.
Exactly.
What's the conversion for that in kilo, you reckon, roughly?
Terry, there's your
Half
answer
it.
out in the chat.
I would. What, Blue?
From Blue.
Accept your help.
Ah.
You asked a question you already forgot, Terry.
350 pounds is
Yeah.
158 kilos.
Whoa.
2.2 pounds to the kilo.
Yeah,
158.75 kilos.
you can roughly half it to give you
Well, if
a
he hung
rough
it in his
guesstimate.
garage or shed ceiling, I don't know how much
300
weight
weight.
that'll hold.
Cool. That's that's heavy.
Yeah, I don't want to lift that sort of weights no more. I get kind of messy trying to lift them sort of weights.
I know what's first on the list. Materials. Go through your materials list first.
Well, my question is, Terry, if Blue's going to scale the weight down, would he actually have to like scale the bar and everything like that down as well?
Not necessarily. It depends which way Blue wants to go. Do you want, because I can get really pedantic with the materials being used to try to discount any vibrations, twisting, anything
You got to
like
use
that.
the same. Surely you got to use the same as what he did.
No, you don't have to use identical materials as Cavendish did.
Oh, yeah. I think Blue was talking about replicating it though.
Yeah.
As close to
possible.
accurate.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at Blue's CAD drawing, he's trying to replicate the entire.
Well, you
Yes,
modernise them. You can modernise the materials a little bit too.
Oh yeah.
What he did.
But he's
So
trying to keep the overall approach, shape, construction. You know.
Yeah.
So even if you were to drop the weight itself down to like 50 kilos, so
Well, speaking
like
of Blue,
100.
we were just talking about Blue.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I heard that.
Have you got a scale drawing of that what he did on that pitch, the diagram that he's got? Like it's got all the scaling and measurements on it, hasn't it?
It really isn't. I've got a drawing that I've made of what I'm going to do.
Okay. Are you restricted with height where you're going to do it?
Somewhat. I'm still looking into exactly how I'm going to do the support for the large weights.
Yeah, your height's your issue for where you're going to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I do not want the two things in any way connected. The large weights, which I think mine will end up being about 75 pounds. I want those things supported totally, completely separately from the apparatus, if you will.
Yeah.
You can't afford to have any crosstalk going on between those two things.
That's right.
So I don't know if I'm going to be able to put the apparatus up on my workbench, which would be ideal. It sits on a concrete floor, and the bench itself weighs 350 pounds. So that's a pretty good seismic table. But I don't know if I have it sitting up on top of that damn thing, if I've got enough room left to be able to get the large...
The height. Yeah, you need the height.
large masses above it. Yeah. It's going to be really tight.
What height
I
is
your
your ceiling?
It's about 8 feet. It's about 8 feet, but the problem is the height of the workbench.
Yeah.
The workbench is 38 inches. So you already start 38 inches up, and let's see what's the apparatus is about 42 inches. So 38 and 42 is what, 80. So I've got about 16 inches left above it.
So you're kind of running out of room for your wire then, aren't you?
Isn't there a way we can...
Well, no, that includes the wire.
Oh, okay.
Going by Cavendish's drawings, is there any way to extrapolate a bit of a measurement?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can get reasonably close to it. The bar that Cavendish used was about 72 inches, about 6 feet.
Okay, so if we can draw up a bit of a drawing with that and extrapolate the measurements, we might get a...
I've already done it.
Oh, okay, okay.
I've already done that. His wire was 40 inches.
Mm-hmm.
You can get the exact dimensions of the little cavities that the small weights are in on each end of it. So you can get very close to his exact to his exact dimensions. About the only thing you got to guess at is the angle of that sloping top section and the width of that. You know, some things you got to take a guess at, but they're not things that are super critical.
Have we got a materials list of actually what materials he used in the experiment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's 3 of them. He used lead for the weights. He used mahogany for the cabinet, and he used silvered copper for the wire.
Silver copper. Okay, I didn't know
Silvered
about that.
copper.
Okay.
But it gets a bit complex when you start looking at what size that torsion wire has to be.
Yeah, but it's copper this silver copper got any spring tension in it at all?
Well,
I think I'm comparing it to normal piano wire type wire.
Work hardened copper wouldn't have a lot of spring in it once it's got the weight on it. It's the biggest problem with it would be if it's work hardened, it's not going to stretch anymore. However, there's a chance that it would snap.
What you're worried about is the modulus of rigidity. For copper, that's about 45 gigapascals, I think. And for stainless, it's something like 72 gigapascals. And the higher the modulus
is that the resistance of the tension it can twist?
Yeah. The higher the modulus of rigidity, the stiffer the thing is. So I can only guess because Cavendish never actually comes out and says a diameter of the wire. He probably didn't have any method of measuring it. What he had was a method of weighing it. So he tells you at one point that the wire weighed 2 4/10 grains per foot, I believe. Jesus, what an oddball. So good luck trying to go back and figure out what 2 4/10 grains per foot means in terms of the diameter of a copper wire. But it looks like the best I was ever able to determine it, it's probably somewhere around a 29 gauge wire. That's awfully small. But then when I plug that in and do the calculations for deflection based on the forces that I can calculate that he would have had using the weights that he used, it actually sort of makes sense. It's about 0.01 inch diameter wire, more or less. And he admitted that it was it was not stiff enough, so he had to increase it to something like 0.012. Or at least that's what I come up with, trying to back calculate it based on how much deflection he actually got. So now you take that and start translating it over into some different sets, some different masses and so forth. I think for stainless steel wire, I need something about 0.007 of a 1 inch diameter stainless steel. That's actually a bit smaller than the lightest gauge guitar E string you can buy. It's a very fine piece of wire, but that just tells you how minute these forces are.
Yeah.
So I'm working my way through
Would there be a test we could do with the wire, a couple of different wires that you think you need before you did the actual main experiment? Like hang the wire up on with some weight on it and give it a bit of a test that way to see what you get with movement?
Well, you're pretty much going to have to put it in an enclosure like that to be able to measure it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be that hard to change the wire out. I think I'm going to take my best guess at it, put it together and see how it works. And if it ends up like Cavendish, I'll just either have to make it larger wire or smaller wire, one or the other. Yeah. Make some judgments after you get a measurement on it. I still got a good bit of engineering work to do to even get to the point of worrying about any of that stuff.
I'm comparing it to BM Furbal's setup, like how he had it on that table on the bottom, and he had the wire hanging. He had it. He didn't have it too bad as in isolation, but on a smaller scale, on that scale.
I think the biggest problem BM probably had, I've talked to BM about it, and I think he didn't have a method or the ability over there where he was working to actually build the enclosure like Cavendish did. So he had everything inside that plexiglass enclosure, and that's good. That's as good as he could do. Still, you've got the main weights moving inside the same area that the small weights are in. And that is going to cause some air current movement anytime you move those weights.
BM had another problem being on the 5th floor, that the wire was picking up any vibration in the building.
Yeah, you get vibrations.
Yeah, the other one, he sat there for ages filming the laser tracking just to get it to settle even to that part of the experiment.
Yeah, he didn't have a method of centering that in any particular position. He just had to wait for it to settle. If you look at the way Cavendish did it, they actually have a mechanism. He actually has a mechanism up there that he can slowly turn the torsion wire slightly.
Oh, okay.
To get the arm centered inside the cabinet. And I've been talking to a guy who's offered to help come up with a way of doing that so that I'll have the same sort of adjustment.
Motorized or
The
manual?
thing
Would it be anything be motorized or be all manual adjustments?
No, I'll do it manual.
Yeah.
Do it manual. You're only going to move that thing in extremely small little increments.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people expect the Cavendish experiment for the torsion bar to sort of like swing a whole motion, a whole lot. But the movement that Cavendish witnessed was only about less than a fifth of an inch.
Oh, it was very, very small amounts of movement.
Yeah.
How was it that Cavendish actually measured the movement? Did he have a pointer, or did he have
He had a telescope, and he used vernier scales on the ends of the rods.
Okay.
Let's see. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've left that option open for you guys.
Hang on a second. Let's see if I can get AutoCAD over here.
I thought I turned it off, but it should be still working.
Let's see.
Oh, cool.
Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, I can't see it full screen, but I'll have a look at it another day. I can see it full screen.
Okay, yeah, you can see that's the crosshatch part of it. I've taken a section cut through the enclosure, and that's the torsion beam, which is a little wooden beam that he made, almost like a T section. And that's what these small weights are hanging from. But he had a vernier attached to each end of the beam.
Yeah.
And the vernier would look something like that.
Yep.
Oh wow, that's clever.
So if you know how verniers work, you know.
Sure do.
So obviously you could
0 to 10 in 10 increments on one side, and 0 to 10 in nine of those increments on the vernier side. And now you can read it to about 1/100th of an inch, very accurately, and actually estimated to closer than that if you want to.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it would go right here on
you could digitize those, couldn't you? Or you can't digitize that setup. That'd have to be mechanical verniers, yeah.
Yeah, you can't attach. Yeah, no, you couldn't digitize it. Well, I won't say you can't. There's probably some way of doing that, but I'll include a little mirror in this thing someplace too.
How accurate are those laser pointers for distances from when you're measuring to a wall or whatever? How accurate are those machines?
Oh, not.
Depends how much you pay for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was thinking of, something like that, but I didn't know how accurate they were.
Actually, talking to BM, he said that he had no further use for the laser he used. So he's going to bequeath it to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'll probably put a little mirror right under the bar, right here in the center. And there'll be some glass windows in this thing that Cavendish didn't have. Cavendish just had 2 windows, one on each end, so he could see the verniers.
Yeah.
I'm going to put little windows in the bottom section here, so you can actually see the small weights, and then probably a window here in the center on one side or the other of the enclosure, so that I can shine a laser on it. I would prefer to have to try to make the measurements the same way Cavendish did. Let's see if we can't just prove that the guy really could have done what he did.
Yeah.
You know.
Is that how mainly that gets replicated all over? Is people that actually do it as close as they can, or they do it like Furball did and
No,
or do it as
no,
different
they
scenarios?
don't. They don't. I've not seen anybody actually do it this way.
Yeah.
Well, there are so much more convenient ways of doing it.
Yeah.
You know, when you stop and think about this, I mean, if I wanted to do this from scratch, the hell with all this stuff. This is a lot of fairly intricate woodwork to have to go through. I wouldn't do that. I'd make a little rectangular box down here, and the wire would be in a pipe. I'd use a piece of aluminum conduit or something.
Yeah.
For the wire suspension, and that would make it really simple, quick, easy to do. But it's not nearly as sexy as this is. So.
The best thing about it, Blue, is afterwards you've always got it.
Yeah.
But didn't Cavendish take a few years to do this?
It took him about a year.
Yeah.
But what you have to remember, too, is that Cavendish was doing this 222 years ago in England, and he had a lot of issues that we don't have to contend with. There was no such thing, obviously, as any sort of climate control. So he was at the whims of the weather. That's the reason he felt like he had to put it totally inside a separate enclosure and not open the door to that enclosure. It wasn't that he was worried about the wind or anything like that.
No, it's temperature.
It's that he was worried about the temperature change.
Yeah.
Well, my shop area out here in the garage is climate controlled. I don't have to worry about that. And I don't think it's going to be necessary to try to totally enclose this thing.
At what temperatures do you think it would work best, though? That's like not too hot, not too cold, whatever.
Well, I don't think that's really all that important as long as it doesn't change. What would cause problems with this experiment would be uneven heating of one side or the other, or some surface of this apparatus. If you get one side hotter than the other side, like he was explaining, if you get one side of it hotter than the other side, the air inside it that is in contact with that surface will ascend, and that will necessarily force cooler air on the other side to descend, and you'll get circulating air current flow. And it won't take very much. I mean, very, very tiny amounts of air current would really wreck this thing. I've even thought about the possibility of trying to get this thing sealed up well enough
for a vacuum
that I could. No, not a vacuum. Put argon in it. That's what they use in double pane windows.
And welding. Yeah.
And welding, yeah. Argon's readily available, and it's really good for that sort of stuff. It's heavy. It doesn't like to circulate like air does. So if I can seal it up well enough, I'll do that. Or at least make the provisions for doing that. I don't know if I can or not, though.
Have you got a time frame which you'd like to get it at least finished or completed, like this year, or?
Yeah, it'd be great if I can finish it up this year. Hopefully I can.
If you were going to fill that full of argon, Blue, would using timber be an issue?
I don't know. In terms, and you mean in terms of
leaking out and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, the leakage would be the issue. Can I actually build a?
Because you'd almost have to lacquer it, like, I don't know, internally, so that there's somewhat of a sealed container almost.
Yep. that worries me a little bit too, because then you've got off-gassing from whatever kind of finish you put on it.
Yeah.
And
Wax?
I don't know what
about
effect that
wax?
might
What
have.
about wax?
Maybe. It's going to finish it with anything. I'd probably finish it with tongue oil.
Yep. Yeah, just an oil.
And that's spelt T-U-N-G, not T-O-N-G.
Well, yeah, right. Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah.
Now, how do I stop sharing? Oh, I see. Right there.
Yeah, that's it.
Got it.
The AS after his name probably stands for because he was a member of the Society of Antiquaries.
Antiquities Society, yeah.
We were looking and couldn't find AS anywhere.
It's not the Astronomical Society.
No.
Because that didn't even exist until 10 years after he died.
Yeah, we thought that was it because it got its charter in such and such a date, but he was dead by then. So
yeah,
we spent ages looking, didn't we?
Oh, we're finding all sorts of things, but nothing quite. I mean, there is a whole Wikipedia page of. There's even a term for these bloody letters, and I've forgotten what it was. But there was a whole page of it, and there was hundreds upon hundreds of these things.
Post-nominal or something.
Something like that, yeah. And just couldn't find that one anywhere.
I'll go with Elmo. Antiquities.
Yeah, that's the closest you've got, I think.
Yeah, it's as good a one as any that we couldn't find.
Yeah, that would certainly make sense.
Oh, we'll wind down now. We're getting down to Wolf. We've got one more last video, and then we've got a Pip story. We've been going for 5 hours. Geez, we're running late tonight.
Yeah, it's gone 3 o'clock in the afternoon here.
Yeah. The quiz section took a bit longer than it did.
Yeah, but that was a good laugh.
Yeah.
What's Elmo sharing?
Can you see that?
Not yet.
My computer's a bit slow, so maybe it doesn't come up. Don't know. Anyway, you play what you need to do. I'll stop sharing, and I'll try and speed my computer up and share it later. Yeah, it won't fucking stop sharing.
If it's something you can just post internally, I can share it if it's possible. If not, I'll do it the other way.
Yeah, I stopped sharing now anyway, so don't know why it's.
It's easier just to give me the link and I can share it for you.
Yeah.
Who we got left?
And then Farmer's Boy won't get upset when his computer locks up.
Yeah, Farmer has a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that. What it is, it's just one of those things I have to put up with, I'm afraid.
You have to speak to Bob Blue and just get him to tell us where he's from, because I keep forgetting.
Hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy, and we've got a treat today. Wolfie6020 and I are going to talk airplanes and aviation. Now, we started this part of the series last week with Blue Marble Science, who is a flight instructor. Wolfie6020 is an international commercial pilot and is just a wealth of information on everything related to aviation. So let's cue up the music and have a chat with Wolfie6020. Are there any things that are special with flight that you'd like to talk about? Because we've got a lot of expertise on you. For example, if you're flying north-south, do you have to take into account Coriolis?
Well, I think a lot of these flat earthers don't ever
do the math on just how insignificant that is. If you do, and I used an example in many of my responses to flat earthers, and that was from Bali down to Perth, because that's almost due south, and it is about 3 hours duration. So you can calculate very accurately the changing angular speed or linear speed at Bali compared to Perth. And you have to adjust the aircraft speed to match that as we're flying over a 3 hour period. And it equates to about the same as a 1 mile per hour crosswind. That is easily compensated for by the aircraft.
And what are actual crosswinds at the altitudes you fly that you deal with just from normal weather?
Yeah, it can vary, typically 40, 50, 60 knots. You know, if you're flying across a jet stream, I have videos where we're flying across 120 knots of crosswind, and the aeroplane is compensating for that just fine, and it's remaining within one wingspan of the course, even with a 120 knot crosswind. So when we're talking about the effective Coriolis being less than 1 mile per hour equivalent crosswind, it's just insignificant. It's so small that it's barely even worth worrying about.
Now, another thing that I think is a very common misconception about people who don't actually know how airplanes fly. And there are some very smart people out there that really just don't. I don't know how scuba tanks work. You know, I've never had any experience with them.
Sure.
But, well, when you fly an aircraft, it's different than flying either a hot air balloon or riding an artillery shell, right? It's under control.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, the other thing is when you set your inertial reference system, your navigation, you don't set it on a straight, flat, laser-like course that you kind of just fire and forget. Your course is actually set over the ground, isn't it?
That's correct, yes. Yeah, basically the course is between waypoints, and each waypoint has a very specific coordinate, latitude and longitude, and that is obviously over the ground, and the tracks between each waypoint are precise tracks across the ground. That's what the aircraft is flying.
Okay, so it's not flying straight independent of the Earth and the atmosphere and just... That's one reason, for example, that you wouldn't have to drop altitude, because you're not flying a straight line. You're flying a set altitude above the ground.
Yeah, it's three-dimensional. You're flying a set altitude above the ground, and you're flying a lateral course, a lateral path. So the navigation system is constantly computing your current position, comparing it to the precise route between each waypoint on your flight plan. And if there's any slight deviation, the heading of the aircraft will change slightly left or right just to put the aircraft back on track. And this is occurring constantly. And because it won't allow the aircraft to deviate off that track, the corrections are so small, they're just fractions of a degree. So you're basically not even seeing any of the angle of bank changes just to remain on course.
Now, going back to your flight from Bali to Perth,
yes,
you said that was about 3 hours. Your aircraft goes 550, 600 miles an hour, roughly, or knots, I should say. Let's give you on a good day, you're doing 10 degrees an hour. And if it's a 3 hour flight, Bali is about 30 degrees, say, north of Perth. Is that roughly right?
Roughly right, yeah. I'd have to look at it again, but that's close enough.
Basically, you've got to transverse that 30 degrees, and your Coriolis will be based on the rotational speed at Bali and the rotational speed, the linear speed at Perth, right?
Correct.
And the difference between those two?
About 180 miles per hour, because I remember that specific example being 3 hours, 180 minutes. It was working out quite close to an average of 1 mile per hour.
That's what I wanted to get to.
Yeah.
The bottom line is a lot of people say, well, if you go to leave at the poles and then you go to the equator, you've got to suddenly gain 1,038 miles an hour linear speed. Great. But you don't do it instantaneously.
No.
That's over 12 or 14 hours.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And you have to
aggressively. Yeah.
And you don't change your speed in increments of an hour. You don't even change your speed to address that linear speed in increments of a minute. You do it continuously.
Absolutely.
So even if you break it down to the minute, much less the second, it's almost indistinguishable. It's a mile an hour.
It's less than a mile per hour on average. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, I have seen that argument, and I've seen Brian Mullen's argument, his video on that. I actually sent him a very long email explaining it, and he ended up closing his channel a short time after that, so I never got a response. But yeah, exactly right. And remember, the aeroplane is constantly tracking a ground track. It's maintaining a ground track. So if it detects that it is deviating from that ground track, it will make a heading correction. And that is how it's correcting for crosswind and also the Coriolis quite easily.
That makes a lot of sense. It's constantly tracking the ground track and keeping you on it. It's not even anything you consciously deal with.
No.
I've never dealt with Coriolis, and I've made some long flights. I took a Mooney from California all the way out to Michigan. My wife and I did. It was a nice little trip. Didn't account for Coriolis.
But you did account for track, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
To stay on track. By doing that, you were correcting for Coriolis in the process. Because
exactly. Didn't even have to think about it.
Exactly. It's like when you're driving a car on the road and you have a strong crosswind. You know, I mean, a car is attached to the ground, but a very strong crosswind can blow a car to the side. But when you're driving your car, you're not really thinking about the wind. You're just looking at the lane and you're making corrections to remain in the lane. And by doing that, you're compensating for the wind. You're compensating for any steering misalignment in the car or any camber on the road. And you're not even thinking about it. You're just making small adjustments to remain in your lane. Flying an aeroplane is exactly the same. We're making whatever adjustments are necessary to remain on course, and also in a vertical sense, making vertical adjustments as necessary to remain at the desired altitude.
Well, you don't get much leeway, do you?
No,
you get a wingspan. Especially with a professional pilot, you get a wingspan. I get a little bit more because I'm an amateur.
Yeah, we get plus or minus 100 feet on the altitude. On the lateral tolerance, well, it's all changed a lot now. Everything's just becoming more and more accurate with performance-based navigation. And if you're flying across the North Atlantic tracks between America and Europe, they have just extremely precise navigation requirements because they've got a lot of aircraft. Or prior to the COVID-19 virus, they had lots of aircraft getting across there every day. But yeah, you don't get a lot of leeway, and you certainly have to maintain accurate lateral tracks and also vertical altitude.
Okay. Now, you did a couple of very interesting videos the other day. You were talking about GPS approaches mandating curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
Now, when you fly just in general flight, do you fly a curve or do you just fly over the ground?
I fly to maintain an altitude, and if I'm trying to maintain 45,000 feet, I will do whatever is required to maintain 45,000 feet. And that means if the aircraft deviates either up or down, we make a correction to the nose attitude to regain the desired altitude. That is an ongoing thing again, yeah.
But when you're bebopping along, flying through the air, you just maintain your altitude and course.
Yes.
The curvature of the Earth is specifically accounted for on approaches because you're very near the ground.
Correct.
Nobody ever got hurt by running into air. You do get hurt by running into terrain.
Correct.
So they want to make sure that you are very precise on these approaches.
Yes.
Exactly. And they have to take the curvature of the Earth into account with that.
Exactly. Yes.
How accurate are those approaches?
Well, I can fly from Sydney, Australia, and I can take off in literally 0 visibility. I can fly 4,000 plus miles to Hawaii, and I can fly an instrument approach and break visual at 200 feet above the ground, and I will be precisely aligned with the runway and at an exact 3-degree approach angle. And I can do that without any reference to anything on the ground, purely based on GPS positioning inside the aircraft and the fact that we know exactly the size and shape of the Earth, the WGS84 dimensions, matching with the GPS precision, tells us exactly where we are at all times.
So that GPS will bring you in on an approach within 200 feet of the ground.
It'll take you right down to the runway, and you will impact the runway precisely at the touchdown point if you just follow the instrument indications. The 200 feet is the legal requirement where we must be able to see the ground to continue the approach. That's for example, for an ILS approach. But with the head-up display, we get an extra 100 feet on that. So, for example, if we're flying an instrument approach into Hawaii and the cloud is at 100 feet, without the head-up display, we would reach 200 feet, we would say not visual, and we would have to go around. We would have to execute a missed approach. With the head-up display, when we get to 200 feet, as long as we can see the runway lights through the enhanced vision system, that the co-pilot may not be able to see anything, but the captain flying through the head-up display can see the instrument approach lights. I've got a nice video I might send you a link to later on that, but we can continue down to 100 feet above the ground. And at that point, we then need to be able to both see the actual runway lights, at which point we can continue the landing all the way. But having said that, if it was an emergency, and I did touch on my emergency landing in Shemya up in the Aleutian Islands, we had basically zero visibility, and we were able to just fly that instrument approach continually all the way down to the ground, and we literally just saw the ground a few feet before impacting it, just enough time to produce a slight flare and land. So yeah, the 200 feet, the 100 feet, that's just a legal requirement that you need to be visual before you can continue and land, but the precision of the instrument approaches will take you straight down to the runway. So in an emergency, they're going to get you there.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It really is, yeah, it really is.
Well, do you have anything else you want to talk about with airplanes?
Not really. No, I think that's covered it. I've got a couple of videos on following the curvature of the Earth.
Well, I guess that's two quick things. If the Earth is rotating, there would be a linear rotational speed at the surface.
Mm-hmm.
The rotational speed in the atmosphere 50 miles above the surface is only about 20 miles an hour faster. So it really doesn't make a difference, does it?
No, not at all. And then you've got to factor in all the local winds as well.
Okay. So generally, the other things that are going on in the atmosphere, specifically weather, jet streams, things like that, are far greater than any effects that rotation would occur.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And I think you actually did a video once to show that the distance across the Earth and the distance across that same path at 30,000 feet is less than a mile difference over most trips, wouldn't it be?
It's less than 1%, yeah. It's very small. And if you just take the radius of the Earth, 6,371 kilometres, and then you compare that to, say, 14 kilometres of altitude, that 14 kilometres is a very small percentage of the 6,371, and that's essentially what the extra distance equates to, the same ratio.
You know, folks, that was a great interview. I really enjoy talking with Wolfie6020 because I learn something every time I talk with him. I hope you guys picked up a few things as well. Now, next week, we're going to actually talk to Charlie H. Now, Charlie is an interesting guy because he literally worked for a year in Antarctica. And I think that some of his experiences from Antarctica may give us some insight into some of the questions that Flat Earth likes to raise. Here's somebody that's actually been there personally. So hit that little bell icon, hit the like and subscribe button, and remember, we have memberships and a Patreon. And if you can help the channel out, that's great. If you're a member of the channel, you get to work a little behind the scenes with me in the production of some of these videos. Maybe we'll end up even doing a collaboration together. So, in the meantime, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you very much, and I'll see you again soon. Take care, guys.
I thought he was going to mention with the instruments that flying at straight and level flight for any adjustments that are made, because the instruments are thinking of the Horizon instrument mainly. I think it's the Horizon instrument, where the line on it compared to how much up and down movement you'd get for the plane is so many degrees. I think it's about 1 degree or something. Blue, you'd know more about that part of it, wouldn't you? For what the extra instrument has.
Yeah, the attitude indicator is what's called the artificial horizon. That's what you're talking about. Now, the old mechanical type artificial horizons, most of them were vacuum operated devices. A few were electric, I think, but mostly what you found were attitude indicators that operated on a vacuum. And those are the systems that have those things called pendulous vanes in them. And the whole purpose of the pendulous vane system is to re-reference the attitude indicator to local gravity. If you didn't have that, then that instrument would roll back as you fly across the surface of the Earth. But that's taken into account by the pendulous vanes. The newer stuff with the glass cockpits, I'm not sure what they're using, but they're using some electronic means of detecting which way down is with respect to the airplane.
I picked up on it for what I was talking about. I can find one. Find a picture.
The important thing to keep in mind about an attitude indicator, yeah, that's an attitude indicator.
Yeah.
Which does not tell you what sort of mood you're in.
No.
It is specifically intended to show give you a quick visual representation of the attitude of the aircraft.
Yeah, what I was...
That line is in...
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, what I was mentioning was where the line actually meets in the middle here. The amount of movement in that area was... I can't remember the amount, but it was mentioned, either Wolfie or somebody mentioned it. There is so many degrees of discrepancy in that little area between the movement of when it moves, with the movement of it.
Yeah, it's very, very slight. You see the lines there, and those are indicating degrees, up and down. If you're climbing, you're going to be seeing the sky. You're going to be at maybe between the line you're at right now, which is level, and that 10-degree mark. Typically, you're not going to be up within 10 degrees or so, or down for that matter.
But if that just moved very slightly on here, the plane could be pitching or nose up or nose down. With that slight movement on here, would only be slightly registering even, and you could be moving nearly half a degree or a degree in the planes.
Oh, yeah, quite easily. And the silly part about this is it's mainly that people don't really understand what a pilot uses this device for. This is just a very quick way to visually get a clue about the attitude you have the aircraft in. As far as actually controlling the airplane, it's useless. You cannot fly the airplane simply by looking at this silly thing. If you've reduced yourself to the point that this is the only thing left working, my advice is find a window and jump out, because you're going to die. You will not survive if that's all you have left.
Yeah.
We do not control the altitude of an aircraft by looking at this silly damn thing. Why would you, when you have a thing called an altimeter? That's what we look at to control the altitude.
Yeah, that's what I was about to just type in then.
Why would we look at that silly thing if we want to know whether or not we are turning when we have a directional gyro that we can look at?
Which one's the best one?
That's how planes are actually flown. You really fly primarily by reference to your altimeter and to your directional gyro.
Which one of them looks the best one, you reckon, Blue?
What do you want?
A nice altimeter.
Altimeter? A good altimeter? The first one there on the left is good. No, that's not that one. I mean the next one. Yeah, that's a proper altimeter. It seems to be. Okay. Well, I don't like that one so much. Oh yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I see it. I see what I was looking for.
That one came out, didn't it?
It's a little blurry. That's the problem. What you can't see too clearly about this particular altimeter is there's a little window there. You see where the hands are pointing sort of to the 3 o'clock position. You're right there. That's the pressure window. And that is where you set the altimeter for the local barometric pressure. There's a knob on the lower left side outside the dial. That knob right there changes the setting in that pressure window. So that's how we know we have things set correctly. Now, if you're sitting on the ground at the airstrip, you know the altitude of the runway. It says so right on the damn chart. If it's probably on a big sign on the fence too. So you simply set the altimeter for the field elevation, and you've got it set correctly. But as we fly along, there you go. That's a better picture. But there you go. And as we fly along, air traffic control will, from time to time, give us a new altimeter setting. And you just dial that thing in, and that keeps you at the right altitude. And when you go to land somewhere, typically there's a form of radio aid that is broadcasting things like that, like the wind speed direction, altimeter setting, etc.
It almost looks like a clock with a seconds hand, an hour hand, and a minute hand.
Yeah, the little hand is thousands. Yeah, the little hand is thousands, and the
wow,
and the big hand is hundreds.
Okay. And these are calibrated, and if they become faulty or whatever, they have to be tested at any particular time once you've had them.
Altimeters, no, the altimeters have to be tested once a year. They actually take the altimeter out of the airplane, and they run a bench test on it in a test rig that simulates the proper pressures for the altitudes. So they check the things to make sure they're indicating correctly.
Yeah, I always find those things interesting, the actual mechanical parts, the flight and all that as well.
Yeah, it's just an aneroid barometer, but it's a very sensitive aneroid barometer.
Oh, well, thanks for that, Blue.
Yeah, you can literally measure a few feet difference in your altitude.
Yeah. What would we do if we didn't have people with the knowledge of this sort of thing?
We'd all be bloody ignorant. Like a certain crowd of people we shall not name.
we just turn around all the time and say,
I don't know.
Well, many people make the mistake. Many people just make the silly mistake of thinking that because they're not smart enough to figure it out, it means nobody else could be either. And that is not true. There's always somebody out there that's pretty damn smart that really can figure this stuff out.
Yeah. Well, I've been learning it. I've just been picking up on bits and pieces, and I find it very interesting.
Oh, it is.
Well, I think it's time for Pip's story now, and we'll finish up for the night because we've been going for on 5.5 hours. Jeez.
You haven't done bad, mate. You ain't done bad.
I was trying to keep him a bit shorter, the in-between streams. Got to think of a topic for Wednesday night yet, Farmer.
Is Wednesday your ancient technology day?
Yeah, ancient technologies. I just
Oh,
don't know how
Christ, what
much
did we
more
do
we
the
can
other
do
day?
with the screw and the screwdriver.
You can only go so far, can't you? Really?
Unless you want to talk chisels and things. I wonder if anyone we know on the panel knows about chisels and things.
I was going to say, Terry, you did start touching on lathes and stuff, and
yes.
I know a bloke that may have a bit of knowledge about that.
But wood lathes or metal
maybe.
lathes?
Well, wood lathes would be a good place to start, I think.
It'll be a mystery. The Peanuts won't know what they're going to get.
Something.
But along those lines, because we're up to sort of tools and fasteners and things like that in that era before the Industrial Revolution time period, especially because once everything hit the Industrial Revolution time period, everything just went like a rocket, skyrocketed, so to speak, in advancements. So we'll stick to the older stuff for now and see where we end up. Dora said I wanted to go to the supermarket 3 hours ago. Somehow I forgot to go. Oh, sorry, Dora. Okay, here we go. Listen to Pip, and we'll say goodnight to everyone after. And see you on.
Fuck. Now there are two of you. I have one more kids than one. The baby is growing inside Mama's tummy. Put your hand there. You might feel a kick. You loved before you came, and I swore that one kid would be it. And you'll both go the fuck off to college. At 2 in the morning, it hits me. My heart thumps a rat-a-tat-tat. If you two are going to college, how the fuck are we paying for that?
Yep.
Oh, that's your lot.
Thanks, Pip. Now I'm thinking about college.
Thankfully, it's free in Scotland.
I better fix this up too. Forget. I had to do that. I had to get rid of that. Alright, okay. Thanks, Pip. Thanks, Farmer. I mean, not the peasant plucker's son. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Elmo. Changed his name to Riley the lawyer again. Thanks, Big Blue. Sean didn't get to say. Sean didn't get to say much, did he?
No, he's live.
Is Sean awake?
Live.
You awake, Sean?
Oh, Sean Smith. Sorry.
Sean Smith. He fell asleep. Oh, well, that can happen. Sorry to bore you.
I'm not asleep. I'm just working.
Oh, okay. Oh, some people have to do that, don't they? Thanks, Peanuts. Who do we have? Carl, Rimfondle, Dora. Oh, scrolling. Oh, Andrea. Hello, wonderful person.
Wonderful, Andrea.
Demon Orb, Kristen, Point Laugh. Oh dear. Who else? Oh, I don't know that farmer one. Casual Spaceman. I don't know what happened to him.
I think he had to go to work, Terry.
Oh, did he? Okay, John was there.
You and
Okay then. Thanks everyone. Night, Peanuts.
Night,
Peanuts.
Bye, Peanuts.
Oh,
Wait for it. What was it?
Colonets. Goodbye, Colonets.
Okay.
Oh, bye.
I haven't heard that one.